Yes, we're back. We're live. Welcome everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. This is my garage if you're new. My name's Mark. I do fireworks. I do them professionally. I do them as a hobby. I'm based in the UK and my streams and my content is all about responsible and safe use of fireworks, and my content is always family friendly. So you're very welcome if you're joining me live. You're equally welcome if you're joining me on the replay. Welcome to everybody who's been here before. You know the setup here. Welcome if you're brand new. This might be the first time you're watching me live. In fact, you might have watched me live last week when I did my Bonfire Night firework display, and this might be the first time you're tuning into my kind of behind the scenes live thing. So you are welcome as well. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you guys have all had a great Bonfire Night season. I want to hear all about it. We're interactive tonight. I'll read out chat. So if you're watching live, chat away. Let me know how your bonfire night was. Did you go out? Did you see fireworks? Did you go to a display? Did you have a display in your back garden? Were you crewing on a display? Have you been to lots of displays? What was your best firework? What was your worst firework? I want to hear all about it. And whilst we chat, I'm going to be dismantling my display that I did in Liverpool. If you've not seen that display, you'll find a link to that in the description. Go watch it after this stream. My display was for about 750 people. I did it last Sunday. If you watched any of my live streams when we were prepping all that, I streamed for about 24 hours. I think I worked out in total over about 6 streams doing all the prep and things. Obviously the show went really well. I've now got to dismantle all my fountain tables and my cake boxes and my candle frames and all those kind of things. So that's what I'm going to do on this stream. It's a bit of a bonus stream if you like, but I say I want to hear from you guys. Let's say hello to a few people in the chat. Let's have a look down here. Who was first? Baby Peach says hi. Hope the family are well. KG Pyro, hello. Then I can move up to here so I can see the chat here. Adam is here. Adam says, hi guys, first time watching this live. Adam, you are very welcome, my friend. Thanks for tuning in. Craig is here. Craig says good evening. All good evening to you, Craig. Bulletproof Mum says good evening. And also I want to say a special thank you to Bulletproof Mum, who did a little PayPal after the last stream on Bonfire Night. So not during it, but after. So I didn't get a chance to thank her. So thank you so much, Bulletproof Mum, for your PayPal. That was very, very kind of you. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, one of the ways that you can support my channel, there's lots of ways. You can subscribe, enable notifications and like and share it out. But also some of you like to kind of donate, and that's absolutely fine. There's a little dollar icon by the chat. You can use that and send a super chat, or you can use PayPal, which is what Bulletproof Mum did on Wednesday. Let me put the link up. There's the link for PayPal, paypal.me/Great Marko. It's never expected. It's always appreciated. My content is free. You don't have to pay for it, but I know lots of you enjoy these streams. It provides you with entertainment and information, edutainment. We call it education and entertainment at the same time. I don't know. So if you want to do that, you don't have to, but that's the way you can support my channel. And everything that I do get goes back into improving this channel. I just want to read out what Bulletproof Mum's message was with her little PayPal the other day. She says, hey Mark, thanks for another fun Bonfire Night season. Always a pleasure to spend time chatting with like-minded people. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I really enjoy how just as enthusiastic for selection boxes as the big stuff. Loving the upgrades to your setup this year too. Thank you so much again, Bulletproof Mum, for your super chat on Wednesday. And I'm sorry I wasn't able to thank you on the stream itself, but thanking you now. So Luke says, hello Mark, I took your advice on the fountain pack from Tesco on raising them up and it was brilliant. Great silent pack and that jelly beans one, brilliant. I'm so pleased that worked out for you, Luke. That's really good news to hear. Thank you. Adam says crewed on one display Friday gone by and supposed to be working on another smaller Cats 3 display tomorrow. Okay, Tuesday, interesting. Most of my displays have now finished. The season's kind of pretty much over. With Bonfire Night being midweek this year on a Wednesday, it meant there were lots of shows the weekend before and the weekend after. I think I've done about 5-6 shows over the space of the last week and a bit. Not to mention my epic 5-hour live stream from my garden/greenhouse, which was a lot of fun on Bonfire Night. You can rewatch that if you've not seen that. Nearly 9,000 people have watched that now, which is incredible. So thank you if you're one of those that tuned in last Wednesday on Bonfire Night to join me in my garden for some fireworks and some fun and some baked potatoes and lots of chat. It was a great stream, nearly 5 hours long. King's Crown, my favourite firework was Holy Moly by Brothers Pyro. Interesting, okay, yeah. Game Over was the loudest firework. Yes, Game Over is quite loud, isn't it? Pyro Chef is here. Now, of course, Pyro Chef, not a real chef. No, but he's in Sheffield. hence the name Pyro Chef. Hi everyone, I hope you're all well. Looking forward to an evening dismantling my own massive ball of igniter wires while I watch you, Mark. Hashtag not a real chef. That's right. Welcome in, Pyro Chef. You're very welcome here. Adam was supposed to fire last week but postponed due to... okay, yes, I understand. That makes a lot more sense now. Great, brilliant. So that's the plan of action for this evening. We'll probably go till about midnight, which is about 4 hours or so. Hopefully you guys will stick around for that. I do appreciate, though, it's a weekday, it's a school night. People have got to be up early in the morning, so I do get that. And if you can't stay for the whole time, that's fine. You always watch the replay. But for some of you hardcore people, I know you'll be here for the full duration with me. We'll go about 4 hours, or, well, obviously if I get all this dismantled within 4 hours, we'll finish earlier. But if you know my streams, you know we don't get hardly anything done. We don't get... Does that make sense? We hardly get anything done on these streams because we end up going off on all kinds of tangents and chatting to you guys, which I love. So we'll see how far we get, but we'll go to about midnight. I think that's the plan. Also, I see Craig's in the chat. I just want to say a big happy birthday. His daughter Olivia is turning 7. I think it says tomorrow, 7. So happy birthday for tomorrow, Olivia, if you're watching this either live or on the replay. I hope you have an amazing day. Right, okay, so... fountain tables. I had 5 of these on my show. We set them up on one of my streams a couple of weeks ago. Pretty much everything fired on my fountain tables with the exception of one little cake, which we'll look at when we kind of dismantle it. Oh, and of course, we are multi-screen here. We can do cool things like this. So you can see me and you can also see what I'm doing on the table at the same time, which is pretty cool. So, right, so this is one of which fountain tables is. This is table E. Maybe I need to just move this camera. I've repositioned this camera a little bit today, folks, so let's get it a little bit closer. There we go. Okay, so this is what's left. I took this cake out. This cake didn't fire on this board, and it worried me a little bit at first because I'd slaved this fountain table along with one on the opposite side of the site. And what I normally do when I do that, and what does, well, okay, let's go back a step. What does slaving mean? Slaving means where you've got 2 rails connected to the same output on the firing module. And really you should check continuity on each by unplugging one rail and just having one plugged in at a time and then plugging both in. I neglected to do that and I just tested it with both in, which won't pick up if there's an issue on one particular board. So when this thing didn't fire at the very start of my show, I was quite worried. I was like, I didn't check the continuity individually on this fountain table. Is anything going to fire on it? Fortunately, everything else did fire apart from this one little cake. I don't know why it didn't fire. The igniter just didn't go off. So the cake itself is fine. Taking it away, put it in a box and I'll be able to use it on another display at a future date. So on the fountain tables, that was the only thing on the fountain tables that didn't go off. So Adam says, I haven't watched the show video yet, so no spoilers. I've seen the setup videos. So, okay, I'll try not to give you too many spoilers from my display. But if you've not seen the display itself, there's a video of it on my channel. There's also another version of it with audio commentary, bonus. And there's also a time lapse of the setup during the daytime, like a 5-hour time lapse condensed into about 15 minutes or something. So lots of good content from my show there. But yes, I'm going to dismantle all this. What I am going to need is a bin bag, which I didn't get before I started streaming, which I probably should have done. Is the one over here. Bear with me a second, folks, whilst I try and get a bin bag for these. This one will do. These are the heavy duty bin bags. I talked about these on another stream. They're like 100 litre capacity, but really extra heavy duty, so they don't tear like normal bin bags do. And I use these if I need to waterproof a fountain table. This is big enough that it will actually go over the entire fountain table. I was fortunate with the weather on my display in Liverpool. I didn't need to use these, but if I did, I can literally just throw a bin bag over the whole thing and it protects everything on this fountain table. So these are really good. You'll find a link to these actually in the description of this video. I get these from Amazon. Really good heavy duty, and I like the fact that they're clear, you can see through. So that's where I'm going to put my spent fireworks, and then either put them in my general waste bin, although that's only now collected every few weeks. I've got a lot of fireworks. I'll probably take a trip to the local tip to dispose of these. So how were these all secured? These were all secured mainly with gaffer tape around these little angle brackets here. So to get them off, it's really simple. I needed my little trusty pocket knife. Constant drizzle on Friday, but waterproofed everything, says Adam. Yes, and if you watched well, you won't have watched probably, but last year on New Year's Eve, I did a live display from my gardener stream. That will be doing the same again this year. But last year was so wet. My garden was under about 2-3 inches of water. I set up everything before the rain started in the morning, and then it just rained continuously for hours, and everything fired perfectly. So yeah, if you waterproof your fireworks correctly, they will sit out in rain and drizzle and all kinds of weather for days, in fact. So just slice down the side here, and then it will come off here. Or what I should probably do first, actually, because the igniters will still be connected on this side to my rail. And there they are. So I'm just going to lift all these little levers up like this. And you'll notice throughout the stream, my hands are going to get blacker and blacker. This is one of the dirtiest parts of fireworks. So we'll get all the igniter wires out of those. Put all those back down there. There we go. I do know some display companies that connect all their igniter wires in, or it's just the crew collect them all in, and then they recycle them for the scrap copper. But unless you're using thousands and thousands of igniters a year, it's not really worth doing that. So I won't be doing that. So this was noise barrel, really nice coloured flame to like a mine lift effect, really nice. They fired really well. That can go in the bag. We did talk, I'm not going to talk through each individual firework I'm taking off because we talked about them all in depth as I was assembling these boards. So you can always go back and watch that. And this is the little, I love these little Vulcan Bengal flames, Bengal Fugo mix. Really, really nice. 60-second flames. I do need to take the wheel off the front of this, and I've just realised I'm so unprepared for these streams, guys. Where did I put my hammer, my claw hammer, to get this Catherine wheel off? That's a very good question. Oh, there it is. Good. So yeah, on the front of these, two of my boards with the razzmatazz wheel from Bright Star. I actually thought these were really good, and I have to say they outperformed the bigger Zeus carousel wheel, I thought. Now, can I do this without hitting my camera? Maybe I might move it here. Just there we go. I always save the nails from these. I know they're always a bit rusty and not very good, but occasionally you get Catherine wheels that don't have a nail with them. They should all come with a nail. They're usually sellotaped onto the back. Every now and again, though, you get one that doesn't have a nail. So by saving the nails, you've got a spare if you need one in the future. So yeah, the razzmatazz wheel from Bright Star, I thought that performed really well. I was quite impressed with that. So we've got that one off. That can go in the bag. Let's get this igniter off as well. This was the, so here, this is the igniter that did the Catherine wheel. It's always quite tricky to connect igniters to Catherine wheels because you've got to connect it to the fuse, but not connect it to the body of the firework as well. On these fountains, I can connect it to the fuse and then like tape the igniter to the side of the firework just to keep it in place. Obviously, you can't tape this to the Catherine wheel. I say obviously. Why not obviously? Because if I tape that to the body of the Catherine wheel, this will prevent the Catherine wheel spinning if that's attached. So you have to only attach it to the fuse and not the body of the Catherine wheel. So that can be a little bit tricky. So yeah, my igniters and fireworks are all going in the same bag. I'm not separating them out. And these fountain tables I can reuse again and again and again, year after year, which if you've been watching my streams for a while, you'll know we use these year on, year out. Craig says, I'm sat watching with my list of fireworks for the weekend and their durations, trying to think of a firing order. Olivia has chosen some music and I want to open with maybe the golden shower fountain. Yes, that golden shower fountain, there's one here. I used 4 in my display. These are new for 2025 from Celtic Fireworks, and they've sold like hotcakes. Retailers have sold out of them. You can still get the odd one, but they sold really, really well. It's a really nice, it's a garden firework, so spectators only need to be 8 meters away. It reaches a height of 7 meters, yes, 7 meters. A lovely golden fountain that lasts a whole minute as well. Really, really impressive. And I was very fortunate to be the first in the UK to fire and film one of those when they landed a month or 2 back. This one, what's this one? The Red Blink fountain. I like this one. This was from Leslie, and it's got like a red kind of strobing effect to it. Really impressed with it. Didn't achieve a massive height. I was hoping the height might have been a little bit more on it, but even so, the effects from it were really quite nice. Craig says I picked them up for 12 quid. Wow, that's good. I'm not even on a deal. That is good. So the RRP is £15. If you shop around, as Craig's done, you can get them for about £12. And they are, yeah, they're really good. I have a feeling next year in the Firework Awards, which I host, by the way, if you're not familiar with the Firework Awards, you can check those out on my channel. They're done by the UK Firework Alliance in association with the UKFR, but I'm very privileged to host it. And I think this Golden Shower Fountain is probably going to win Best Fountain next year. May even win the Innovation Award, or maybe even Best Low Noise. I don't know. I'd be very surprised if this doesn't win something in next year's awards. Very surprised. So yeah, that's the red blink fountain. Well, you can't see it's red blink because I've got gaffer tape over it. But 3 tubes in that. I know some people ask, like, because when you put foil over the top of fireworks, will the fountain burn through the foil? Yes, it will, absolutely no problem. As you can see there, you can see I put some foil over the top. Why I put foil over the top is to stop embers, sparks from these adjacent fountains, because these are very close from prematurely igniting other fireworks that are in close proximity. But these fireworks themselves, the fountains, will burn through this very, very quickly, as you can see there. So 3 tubes in that, the red blink fountain. I like that. That was nice. And I used that in combination. So I had that on 3 of my fountain tables. And on the other 2, I had some, excuse me, Celtic red blinker strobes. And the combination of those 2 worked pretty well. I quite like that little section of my show. Right, what was this one? Oh, the white strobe. Yeah, I wasn't sure how these were going to perform. These were the white strobe flares from Yorgi. They were a little bit smoky. They're not smoke flares as such, they're flame flares. There was a bit of smoke from them, but boy, they were bright. 5 of these going off together, giving a nice strobing effect. They were really nice. And a good duration on them, like 60 seconds on these as well. So yeah, I was quite impressed with those. But it would have been nice if they were slightly less smoky, I think. So we'll just cut this one off here. There we go. And we talked about these on one of the previous streams as to whether these were handheld or not. I've seen videos of people holding these. The instructions on them do say that spectators need to be 8 meters away though, so if it says that on a firework, to me that means you can't hold it. You need to be at least 8 meters away. So yeah, the white strobe flares there from Yorgi. As you might be able to see here, my boards get absolutely covered in all the debris from the fountains, but that just brushes off. You get the occasional little burn mark in here, but I've been using these boards now for 5-6 years. Not had to replace them yet. So yeah, even though hot embers will fall on them, it doesn't actually set fire to the wood. This is treated timber anyway. It's designed to be outdoors, so it works well. Right, let's do the Jitterbug fountain from Cosmic. I was impressed with this fountain as well. This was only cost £2, this little fountain, and I had 5 of them. And there's 2 tubes inside. Fairly decent duration on this again. Let's try and lift this up. There we go. So 2 tubes on that. Some really nice, interesting effects in the first half. The second half was a bit boring, but the first half of the fountain, if you go and see the video of it, it's really quite good. 2 tubes in that. Good duration. I like that. And for £2, you mean £2 for a fountain that lasted 30-40 seconds? I mean, you can't go wrong with that, can you, really? Right, what next? Let's do the pom-poms fountain from Jonathan's Fireworks. This was okay. I use this in combination with the Spectrum fountain from Standard Fireworks, which is a pure jelly bean fountain. This has got some jelly beans in, but a bit of gold floss as well. So not a true jelly bean fountain, but I think these work well together. I think the pom-poms and the Spectrum fountains together was actually quite a decent combination. I quite liked how they worked. This one as well has got 1, 2, 3 tubes in it. One of Jonathan's doing another fountain called Tropical Storm. It's a fountain, but it has like 19 tubes in it. You could be forgiven for thinking it was a cake, but no, that's definitely a fountain. Let's take that off there. Right. In case you're thinking, oh, this is quite squidgy, yes, this one did smoulder a little bit at the end, so I put water on it on the firing site. So that's why if it feels a bit kind of spongy now, it's because water went on it in order to stop it from smoking at the end of the display. So yeah, pom-poms. There you go. That's going in the bin. Right, let's do the golden shower fountain then next. So I did these at a slight angle, as you can see. Well, you might not be able to see from that angle. Maybe you can see from that one. And I had 4, and these were going off at the same time as my spinning breakout fountain from Vivid. And that combination worked quite well as well, because they're both gold. Although that breakout fountain does start off kind of silver, but it does transition into gold. So it works quite well. And I've just remembered, as well as tape, I've also got cable ties on this, because it's at an angle, so I need to cut those cable ties off. I think I put 3 on. Where's the other one? Down here somewhere. There we go. Craig says, did you hire a van to do the show, Mark, or did you manage to get it all in a car? I got my Liverpool display, which was 17 kilograms of explosives. I managed to get that there in 2 cars. And one of the ways I was able to do that is by keeping everything nice and compact. So these fountain tables, of which there were 5 in this display, they're only 30 centimetres by 30 centimetres, or 300mm by 300mm. So they're really well compact. So they fit in a car really quite nicely. Obviously I have my cakes and things as well. But yes, I was able to get the entire show from Manchester to Liverpool in just 2 car loads. So I do quite well with that. Because if I was to start hiring a van, then that would get, you know, a lot more expensive and put the costs up. So to get it there in 2 car loads is pretty good going. And I'm not talking great big Land Rover sized cars, you know, just normal sized family cars, should we say. But that is a good question. Thanks for that, Craig. Oh wow, he says, yeah. Yeah, it's just about getting things nice and compact. So with the fountain tails being compact, also my cake boxes, you will have seen on one of my previous behind the scenes streams, I have a small kind of tray. It's all from an old chest of drawers. It's not that much bigger than these, to be fair. It's a little bit bigger. We'll see it in a bit because I need to dismantle them. But I get like 9 cakes in one of those. And again, they will stack in a car. So yeah, it all works out well. Adam says, hey Mark, I got a couple of questions I'd like to ask. That's absolutely fine. You can, probably more professional in nature. May message you on the forum. Okay, yeah, you can message me on the forum instead if you'd rather. You can also ask here, we'll see. Depends how specialist it is, because if you've been on my channel a while, you know there's certain things that I don't talk about on my channel because they are quite more of a specialist thing, and obviously anybody can watch these, and I don't want to be telling, you know, young children how to do certain specialist stuff with fireworks, as I'm sure you can appreciate. But if it's a generic question, you can post it here, or by all means message me separately. That's absolutely fine. Right, let's take these Hallelujah candles off. These were good performers. I like these. I'm really glad I did these at angles. If you watch my setup streams, originally I was going to do these on the 5 fountain table boards, all vertical, and then I think it was 3D printer guy in the chat said that he'd seen 3 in like a W formation going up and they look really good, and I was like, oh okay, let's fan all 5 and do them at slightly different angles. So we did. So in the centre table, it was vertical. The outer, the next ones along were at 10 degrees, I think, and then 15 degrees on the outer ones. And it actually looks really, really quite good. Pleased we did that. So that was all thanks to a suggestion from you guys. Now, I think I've got cable ties on this as well. I generally don't cable tie fireworks. Most of these fountains here are all just gaffer taped on and with double-sided tape underneath to prevent any movement. But for things like this where they're at an angle and there's some weight in them, then I'll use cable ties as well. There was quite a lot of weight in those fountains, those golden shower fountains. We weighed one, didn't we, on my stream a couple of weeks ago. It's like over 0.5 kilogram of weight in those. Not powder weight, powder weight's only 250 grams, but the actual weight of the whole firework was like 600 and something. So quite a bit of weight. So I just wanted to put a bit of extra support by having the cable ties on as well. So let's try and see where these cable ties are. There, I got one, there we go. 2. Where's the other one? There it is. There we go. That's good. So yes, it might have been a bit of overkill, but it's always better to have more support than not enough support. I obviously didn't want these to fall over, and they didn't. So did you guys get out to any displays this year? Any public displays? Did you see anything good? I say I've not actually been to any displays to watch them, but I've been involved in 5 or 6 displays, putting them on this year. So have you guys been out to them, or have you just been doing fireworks in your back garden? I know a lot of people now, ever since the pandemic, when all the displays were cancelled, do fireworks in your back garden, which is quite cool. Adam says, I'm impressed with the fountain tables. In the past, I've had to shy away from fountains in my display, unfortunately, due to the height issue. But something like this might add an extra dimension. Yes, absolutely. So this display that I do in Liverpool, it's a very small site. It's quite a limited site. So I have to rely quite a lot on lower level fountain stuff. And obviously, if you do these fountains on the ground, yeah, it might go to a height of 1 metre, maybe 2 metres. So your front row of audience would see them, but anybody 2 or 3 rows back are not going to see them. But by raising these up on fountain tables, I do them on speaker stands, which go up to a height of about 1.82 metres. And if you saw the video for this, you'll see I did them in like a pyramid formation. So the one in the middle was the highest, next ones were slightly lower, and then the outer ones were lower still, and it works really well. And so when you raise them up, 1.5 metres, 2 metres off the ground, then everybody can see them, and it works really well. So that's a great way of getting fountains into public displays. And some of the height on some of these fountains is really good. Like, this golden shower one that reaches 7 metres. Audiences at the back are going to be able to see that when that's raised up by a couple of metres, for sure. Craig says, too busy for me though, nightmare getting out. Once out of the park and to the car is brilliant. From park, I'm guessing, yes. Just in my garden, says Bulletproof Mom, there's not much left locally, and I don't enjoy trying to get home through the crowds after the big ones. Yeah, I did it at Battersea last year, but 2.5 hours to get home ruined. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Firework displays, public ones are great, but if it takes you ages to get there or get in or get out at the end, yeah, you've got to factor that in, haven't you, for sure. But yeah, hopefully the fireworks made up for it. Okay, Vulcan popcorn fountain. This was part of my sort of pre-finale bit. Lots and lots of crackle on these. I had 3 of them going off together to add some crackle into the finale. It worked really well. Again, this is a bit squidgy. I will have had to put some water on this at the end. 4 tubes inside there. Lasts, I think, about 1.5 minutes. That's a really good duration. Bulletproof Mum says there'll be a display in a couple of weeks when the Christmas lights go on here. That'll do me. Yes, of course, that's the next thing that comes up in the firework calendar, if you like. Christmas light switch-ons around the country that have fireworks with them too. Right, let's get this popcorn fountain off. Oh, and I almost forgot. There's something special in the bottom of these popcorn fountains. Can you guys remember what it is? If you watch my channel for a couple of years, you'll know. But this is a very exciting moment coming up in a minute or two, guys. If you're new, hopefully you'll get excited by what's inside these as well. Let's see who's the first to post the hashtag in the chat. Adam says the question I have relates to fusing fountains, etc. for electronic ignition. I have no issues with cakes, but I'm unsure if visco only affects. I've done a slid quick match over. Yes, bulletproof bomb. Yeah, with the hashtag. There we go. No issues with cable only, visco only affects. Okay, so there's two ways you can electronically ignite fireworks. One is using talon igniters, which are these things. They clip onto your visco fuse and you ignite them that way. The other one is E-match, which are these things. A bit more specialist, so we don't talk about them a massive amount on my channel. But those are the two options. If you're doing fountains and your firing system's capable of it, I'd suggest the easiest way to ignite them is using using these talon igniters. Clip them onto your visco as close to the entry point of your fountain as you can. If you're using E-match, what I will say is you do have to be really careful, because let's go back to this one. There's a tendency that you think you can just jab that into the top of your fountain. If you do that, you risk choking the fountain, and the fountain can the whole thing can explode. So if you're going to use E-match with fountains, don't stick it into the top of the fountain. That's the safety tip. But yes, if you want to message me separately, I can talk more about those, because again, it is quite a specialist thing. So message me separately and we can talk about that. One of the things we did talk about in one of my other streams, we've talked about it a couple of times now, YouTube does give me the option of creating like a members area on my channel. So I'd still do loads of free content, but things like we talk about e-matching and things like that, maybe we'll put that in a membership area. I don't know. I've not fully decided. It might be something we do next year, but I know lots of you guys have questions about e-match and stuff, and I want to talk about it. But because everybody watches, or anybody can watch this channel, young people, children, things, this is quite a specialist thing. There's more risk involved in these, so maybe that's something we can maybe do on a membership kind of thing. I don't know. And we could talk about how we e-match cakes, how we e-match candles, how we e-match fountains. Everything on this show that I did in Liverpool, everything was e-matched. No talons at all this year. And out of the 161 fireworks that were in this display, I think I only had 4 that didn't go, which is pretty good going. So maybe we'll do more in-depth stuff with e-matching, perhaps on a membership kind of area, part of the site. We'll see. I haven't fully decided yet, but that's one option to allow us to talk about that kind of in more of a less public kind of forum, if that makes sense. I don't know. We'll see. I'm just toying. It's just an idea at the moment. We'll see what we do. But in the meantime, yeah, if you just want to message me on the forum or whatever, we can chat about that a bit more. Okay, this is the what fountain is this? Roughneck fountain from Leslie. Let's get this one off. This was a long-running fountain as well. Good duration to it. How many tubes are in this? 4 tubes in this one too. Oh, I don't know why I've moved on to that. We've not finished. It's halfway through doing this Vulcan fountain, and then we've moved ahead. We're missing the best bit. Right, let's. We've nearly got this off. We've nearly got this off now. Yes, there we go. Pyro Chef with the proper hashtag there. Hashtag bag of play bung bits. I use e-match mostly in shows. Not sure if the system will take talons. Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, talons do require more oomph in your firing system to fire them. Most firing systems will fire them, but you're not going to necessarily be able to fire them in multiples to the same extent as you can with e-match. But we can talk about e-match separately for sure. So, Vulcan Fountain, yeah, this is a bit soggy. I did have to put some water on this. But what is really surprising, or it surprised me at first, and I'm going to show you guys, I'm going to take this apart and show you what's at the bottom of these. There it is! It's a bag of clay bung bits! Yes! It's a little bag full of broken up clay bungs. Clay bungs are what you have in the bottom of tubes in cakes and things like that, like a plug in the bottom. And these Vulcan fountains have a little bag of these in the bottom of each one to give it some ballast, because this is popcorn bucket shaped rather. And so it's a bit top heavy. It's wider at the top than it is at the bottom. So they put this in the bottom to give it some stability and a bit of weight. And that just kind of lives in the bottom there. But yeah, it's always fun to take those apart. And there we go. Hashtag bag of clay bung bits. We'll leave that. In fact, we could put that on the... We've not had the close-up cam yet, have we? There we go, guys. There's the hashtag bag of clay bung bits. So if you're wondering what that is, it's just broken up clay in the bottom of your firework to give it some stability. So there we go. Pyro Bundy says, unfortunately I was not able to do my own display this year due to planning applications on the site I use. We'll be back next year. I'm so sorry about that. I had a show, if you've been with my channel a while, last year I was meant to have a show in Manchester. We did all the prep for it, we did it on the stream. It got cancelled literally about 3 days before because they hadn't got council approval. And anyway, they've been trying to get it approval again for this year. And I found out literally at the end of September, so only a few weeks ago, that the council said no. I don't know why, but yeah. So red tape, yes, it's a shame when that affects your display, but hopefully you can be back next year and do a bigger and better display there. Pyro Bundy says, I was, however, able to fire a few shows for the company I work for. Great, that's brilliant, I'm pleased. Yeah, Christmas lights / New Year up next. Not got any shows booked in yet. Yeah, to be fair, I've not got any shows booked in at the moment because those of you who know, we're expecting a child in literally a few weeks' time. So I'm going to be pretty busy during December. But I am going to make the time to do my annual traditional Seeing in the New Year live from my back garden with fireworks, whatever the weather, as you know from last year. And that will be live on my channel on New Year's Eve, as we'll see in New Year together. So I hope you guys can join me for that. So this is certainly not the last live stream of the year. There's more stuff coming. So yeah, hashtag bag of clay bung bits. Those are the other bits in there. We'll bin that. We'll save the bag of clay bung bits because there's going to be another couple of those to come in a bit. Let's get rid of some of this as well. How are my hands looking? Yeah, they're getting a bit more dirty now. Right, let's move on to the roughneck fountain. KG Pyro says Chunky Monkey has the same in the bottom. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that, KG Pyro. I shall have to check that out. Planning permission, never knew that would be an issue. Get plenty of people asking about insurance, though. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the terminology planning permission is probably not... I know what you're saying, approval, but planning permission is more for structures than firework displays. But again, if it's public land, you need to have a license to do it or approval from the local authority, the council, or whatever. So red tape is the is what it is. So yeah, roughneck fountain, 3 tubes in this. Actually, do you know what? It feels quite... I've never opened one of these. I'm kind of a little bit tempted. In fact, there's some way in the bottom of here. I want to see if I can find any more hashtag clay bung bits. I don't usually take these apart, but let's have a... I think in the bottom of this, it's just... Oh, no, I don't know. Let's have a look. Oh, guys! Oh, look what I found! A bag of clay bung bits! I was not expecting that. They are the second bag of clay bung bits of the night. So, there we go. Yes, it's in the roughneck fountain as well. Oh, that's brilliant. That's made my night. I'm easily pleased, folks. I have made a terrible mess on the table though now. But that was unexpected. I'm kind of actually curious now. Hang on. Right. Okay, let's get the pom-poms fountain back out again. Yeah. Hashtag Clagger Bay Bung Bits. bag of clay bung bits. I promise you guys I've not been drinking. That's hilarious. Okay, so 3 bags of clay bung bits. Are there any more in here? Let's have a look. I don't think there'll be one in. I don't think there'll be one in the red blink fountain. Surely not. See if we can get into the base of this and have a look. No, no bag of clay bung bits in that one. What else did we have? Just a bug, there won't be one in. I wonder though, where did it go? What did I do? Oh, it's still up here. Kind of a little bit curious about this one now. Some mad random person here says, "Oi, oi, Mikey boy, your shows look great." Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you, some mad random person. Bulletproof Mom's laughing. It's mad how easily amused we are. I know, I know. Hashtag all the bags of clay bung bits. Bungs for all, yeah. Oh, that has made my night. Right, I want to see what this is made of now. I'm pretty sure there won't be a bag of clay bung bits in here. I think it's just a solid thing, but there is some weight in it still. Let's see what we've got in the bottom. So paper at the bottom. Then there's like a cardboard disc. Oh, there we go. It's solid clay in the bottom of that. So no clay bung bits here, but just solid clay. There we go. Oh, I am making a mess now on this table. Never mind. All part of the process. And I guess I should just say as well, you know, you guys, you shouldn't dismantle fireworks. These are spent fireworks. I know they're spent. I know there's no residual powder in them. So I'm happy to do this, but obviously I wouldn't do this with fireworks that haven't been fired or haven't fully fired. So just to caveat that. Pirate Bundy says, in my situation it's more to do with the owner of the site not wanting to upset locals while planning to go through. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Baby Peach is here. Hello, Baby Peach. I'm watching from my new bedroom. Okay, very good. Yes, indeed, some mad random person. Right, so out of that fountain table, folks, we got 3 bags of clay bung bits. We should give them away as prizes. No, that's a bad idea. Right, that was fountain table E. And there's the results of it. Oh, and there's all the bits that have come off there. I still need to take all those angle brackets off, but we'll do that maybe later. We'll see. I want to find more bags of clay bung bits now, folks. Okay, let's do board A. Let's move that out of the way for now. Board A was the same mirror of board E that we've just done, so we should get 3 bags of clay bung bits in here. Disart Dream is here. Hello guys, I hope you're well. Long time no see. Jeff and Angela there. Hope you guys are well over there in the States. Right, so just got all the igniters out from the rail at the back of the board there. Oh, nearly all of them out. There we go. Now they're all out. Right, we'll take the Catherine wheel off first. Pyro Chef hashtag the hunt for clay bung bits. I might rename the stream to that actually afterwards. Live. Join me live as I hunt for bags of clay bung bits in my garage. People were just tuning in thinking, what? Okay, this nails, I've hammered this one in well. This one isn't coming out very easily. It will eventually. I just don't want to hit any of my cameras. It's coming, I think. Maybe. Whether it's going to come out straight. No, it's not coming. There we go. There we go. It's come. And it's, well, kind of relatively straight. I might be able to straighten that up. That's the razzmatazz wheel again. Really nice wheel. I was quite impressed with that. Baby Peach, hashtag bag of clay bung bits, yes. Right, let's get this igniter cable out of the way. So yes, the only difference on this is we've still got this standard pearl cake on here, which was missing from the other board because I took it out. So at the end of my display, what I do is I obviously wait a good 10-15 minutes for everything to cool down before I go back to any of the fireworks. And then I inspect them all and find out which ones haven't fired or which ones are partially fired. I didn't have any that are just partially fired. I did have 4 that didn't fire at all. And this on the other board was one of them. So what I do is I remove them from the display there and then. So I cut them off, put them in a separate box, mark it as still live, and take them away from site. And I can use them again if they've not been damaged and if I've worked out why they've not fired. So I've got one of these cakes left over because it didn't fire. That's why it was missing from this other board that we just taken apart, because I'd taken that off the board at the end of the display, actually on the site. So I'll take this one off here. This won't have clay bung bits in. There we go. Nice little cake. So these 128 shot. Loads of different manufacturers do these type of cakes. They tend to be 96 shot though. This is 128. And they're just like red and green pearls. But this had a little bit of like glitter on as well, a little bit of a mine lift, which is kind of quite nice. Very unsymmetrical though, if you can see. And the way these are made, I'll show you how these are made because they're quite, it's basically a roll of tubes and they just roll it up. So this is why it's not perfectly straight. If I kind of break this bit here, I should be able to basically, mind you, all the tubes are going to come off because they're not linked now. But you can basically unravel this. It's just basically a spiral. Spiral of tubes all the way to the centre. Now, of course, the tubes are all loose. But when they assemble this, there's a fuse that runs in between them all. So it keeps them all together. So really simple to make, fairly cheap to make as well. And that's why these cakes are pretty cheap in themselves. So that was a pearl from Standard Fireworks. Adam says, 4 no fires, ouch. Yeah, but out of 161 fireworks, that's fine. That's acceptable. I can live with that. You're always going to get some that don't fire, and you've got to accept that. Hopefully it's a minority, it's a very small percentage. In this case, I've not even worked out the percentage, but 4 out of 161 is not bad. Most of them wouldn't have been noticeable to my audience. I notice them because I know what's in my show and I know what should be firing and what isn't firing. But yeah, that was the first one that didn't fire on one of my boards, but the audience didn't notice, so it's all good. And I say I can reuse that firework in another show next year, maybe. Right, let's take this one off. Now these are these white flares again, these white strobe flares. This one, I mean, they all fired perfectly. This one did flame for a little bit afterwards. So you'll see in a minute when I hold it up to the camera that it did actually start to burn the side of the tube a bit. See if that's enough for me to get that off, not quite. So yeah, there you go. You can see the damage that's burnt a lot of this tube off. And that's another reason why, you know, these are not handheld. It doesn't say anywhere on them that they're for holding with your hand, and this has burnt all the way down to there. So even though the firework itself only kind of goes to there and this bit's hollow, it doesn't say they're for hand holding. So there we go. White strobe flares there. They were impressive though. Lipic Acco, do you do fireworks for November the 5th? I do. I did live stream fireworks on November the 5th. I did it last November the 5th. This one just gone. I've done it for the past 5 years, I think. You'll find those previous streams on my channel. You can go back and watch them. They're always a lot of fun. Excuse me, they're always really popular. The one I did last week for Bonfire Night on November the 5th here in the UK, I think so far in like less than a week it's had nearly 9,000 views, which is quite impressive. So they're always popular, they're always a lot of fun. We get lots of new people to the channel as a result of that. So if you're watching, if this is the first stream you're watching on my channel since then, if you're new to my channel, then you are especially welcome on this stream this evening. Thanks for your company. Okay, right. Let's get the next one off to red blink. So what have been your favourite fireworks then this year, guys? What's been the standout pieces for you? What have you fired that you've been, or seen that you've been really impressed with? In this show, I've been really impressed with the golden shower fountains, for sure. The Vulcan Hummer candles that you guys put into this show, they were impressive. What else? What was I impressed by in this show? I think those were the main things that impressed me. I did like some of the single shots, the funky single shots I did in this show were good. The little funky fountains that I did a wall of across my display, they were impressive. Good duration for their size, and they basically burn away to nothing as well. Couldn't find any at the end. I'm like, where have they gone? I was like, oh, they've all burnt away. Lizzie Matthew says, where do you get your fireworks from? So I get them from reputable retailers that supply fireworks all year round. There's a number of them across the country. Lots of them do like online ordering as well. Obviously you've got to be over 18, of course. But I shop around. I don't just have one supplier. I have a number of suppliers and I kind of rotate around them year on year. And quite a lot of them do pop into the chat as well. So if any firework retailers are watching at the moment, why not say hi in the chat and we'll give you a shout out. Adam says not fired much Cat 3 to be honest yet, mostly Cat 4. Okay, that's interesting. Usually that's the other way around. Usually people do Category 2, Category 3 stuff first and then progress to do Category 4. It's interesting you're doing mostly Cat 4 and haven't really done any F3 stuff yet. That's interesting. You're firing some Cat 3 tomorrow, okay. I did some fireworks, but the only thing I didn't like about my show was the Predator rockets by Gemstone. What didn't you like about them? Let me know. Pyro Chef, of course not a real chef. Caribbean Sea lived up to my hope. I thought it was a great new effect and crowd reaction too. Brilliant, yeah, that's good to know. Yeah, did I fire Caribbean Sea? I lose track of what I fire. I think I did Caribbean Sea, didn't I? I can't remember, is that on my channel? I think I did Caribbean Sea, and yes, I was impressed with it as well. From memory, right. Let's find the clay bung bits. We know there's one in the bottom of pom-poms. Adam says, I've been involved since I was 18, quite a bit older now. And you've never done any Category F3? Okay. Right, let's cut this one here if we can. There we go. Pom-poms, right. I'm going to rescue the clay bungs. The clay bung bits. There we go, folks. Oh, this is different. This isn't a bag, this is a packet. Wow. There's the difference. So that's a little bag of clay bung bits. That's a packet of clay bung bits. That's interesting. That's different. I've not seen that before. That's a proper packet. Let's show it on the close-up cam. It's a packet of clay bung bits, folks. Not a bag. Wow. We're going to have a hashtag for that. Packet of clay bung bits, though, doesn't sound quite as good, does it, as bag of clay bung bits? To think about that one. I wasn't expecting that either. Wow, this stream is full of surprises, folks. And I thought this was going to be a boring stream. Like, what will we find next? Oh, I love it. It's great fun. Okay, popcorn. We know there's going to be some clay in here. But will it be a bag or will it be a packet? Stay tuned and find out, folks. You did Caribbean. Yeah, thanks for the... I lose track of... I do so many a year. I thought that sounded familiar. I thought I was doing Caribbean Sea, yes. Dream, if you could say the approximate price of each one of these you took, oh, that would be appreciated. Okay, that's going to be a bit of a challenge, only because I work in the industry, I get fireworks at kind of pretty good prices. So, popcorn fountain, which is the one we're doing now, the price of that one, I think the RRP might be around £10–15 perhaps for that fountain, but it does last the whole 90 seconds. So it is good value. Oh, I was going to bin that, but before I do, you know what's coming, folks. We got to rescue the clay bung bits, which I think is a little more tricky to do on these. I've got to come in from the top to get to the clay bung bits in here. There they are. And it's a bag. So we're now up to 1, 2, 3. We've got 4 bags in a packet so far. We're going to be able to build a wall here soon, guys, in front of this camera. See how we get on with that. That might be a fun thing to do. Or not, I don't know. Oh, I've just heard some fireworks go off as well outside. Right. Okay, let's do... What should we do next? The Hallelujah candle. These are relatively inexpensive. Again, I've got to remember the price of these. £8, £9, £10 maybe for this candle. It does vary from retailer to retailer as well. Sometimes retailers will have offers on, you know, buy one get one free or buy two for X amount or whatever. So, and also prices can fluctuate year on year too. So that was the Hallelujah fountain. Really nice, I like that one. Right, let's do the golden shower. So we can talk about the golden shower because I know the exact price of that. That's £15 RRP. But as Craig mentioned in the chat earlier, he got that for about £12. Really, really good value. Why is it good value? Well, because last year Celtic brought in a bigger version of this called, well, it's now called Golden Geezer. That also lasts exactly the same length of time, 60 seconds. It's category F3 and reaches a height of 10 meters. So a little bit higher than this one. But the price tag of that was £60, £60, which was very expensive, very impressive, but very expensive. So this year Celtic have brought in a smaller version. It's the same effect. Doesn't go quite as high, but it's only £15, which compared to £60 for the other one is basically, this is basically killed that other fountain. That Golden Geezer one, I don't think we're going to see that around much longer for retail. I think that will go to display companies and things because I can't see Celtic selling many more of them given that this is now out. But who knows, we'll see. But yeah, this is one of my standout pieces this year for sure, without a doubt. Right, this is nearly off. Because these were very well secured on, I taped and cable tied these on because there's some weight in them. There we go. It's off. So yeah, the golden shower fountain, not much to look at now because it's covered in gaffer tape, but really, really nice fountain. Let's have a look. Let's catch up on some chat. The breaks weren't loud and breakouts were louder. Okay. All of Olivia's at the weekend is F2. Maybe the Hong Kong candles are F3, but no. Yeah, that always frustrates me with the Hong Kong candles from Celtic. They're lovely, lovely candles, but they're F3, which is a shame. It's like I can't use them in this display in Liverpool because I don't use any F3 products in that. But they are good, the Hong Kong candles. Not as good as the original like Shellscape candles that they were kind of based on, but as you can't get the Shellscape ones anymore, they're as good as you can get. Shellwatch 6-inch shells is my new favourite. Yes, the display that I put on my channel a little bit earlier today, that had a couple of 6-inch shells in. I have, but not official displays. Okay, yes, I see, mostly in my backyard, yeah. My favourite firework from Mark's stream on Bonfire Night was Fire and Ice. Yes, what was your least favourite? I bet I know what it is. Was it that purple one that didn't have any purple in? I can't remember what it was called now. Purple... I don't know. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, on Bonfire Night we did some selection boxes in my garden because it's kind of traditional family stuff on Bonfire Night. And there was a fountain called like Purple Passion or Purple something anyway. Did it have any purple in it? No, it had green in it, which was quite funny. So yes, that was one of my standout pieces from Bonfire Night, but for the wrong reasons. There was another one as well in that same selection box called Crackling something or other, and it had no crackling in. It's like the names on the fireworks didn't match the effects at all. Right, Roughneck. Oh, actually, having said this has 4 tubes in, there's also a small... Did this have a whistle effect in maybe? There's also like a 5th tube in this one. Tiny little 5th tube. Interesting. I can't remember if this had a whistle in, maybe it did. That's usually what those tiny little tubes in fountains are for. Baby Peach hashtag packet of clay bung bits. Yes. How many clay bung bits are we going to find on this stream? That's a very good question. Stay tuned, watch till the end and find out. I want to see if I can build a wall in front of this camera. I'm going to see if I can build a bag of clay bung bits wall, see how high we can get it as the stream progresses. That might be quite fun. See, this is why I love these live streams. They're so unpredictable. I never know where they're going to go, what's going to happen on them. And that's the excitement about doing live. Like I said, live TV, it's not TV, is it? Unless, of course, you're watching it on the TV, in which case, yes, it is live TV. Or unless you're watching on the replay, in which case it's not live, is it? You guys know what I mean. Pyro Bundy for me, Funky for Meta. 100A is still my favourite. Not being able to fire any large new items this year, but in terms of small fireworks, the Golden Shower one was impressive. Yes, absolutely. I used some funky products as well for the first time this year in this display. I used some single shots, which were really good. Some little fountains, which were really good. I also used Funkin' Finale 1, because it's F2. Have to say I wasn't that impressed with it, but I did kind of throw it in as part of my finale. There were lots of other fireworks going off. I kind of thought it might punch through those. It didn't really, so I was a little bit disappointed. I'm sure on its own it's a great piece, but as part of my finale it kind of got lost a little bit, which was a shame. But it was nice to finally be able to fire some funky products because they are still quite difficult to get hold of. There's only a handful of retailers in the UK that stock them. Hopefully in the future we'll see those become more available at other retailers. But I know they're a bit particular about which retailers sell them, so they're not that readily available at the moment. So there we go. Adam says I wouldn't pay £60 for a fountain, to be honest. Yeah, I wouldn't pay £60 for that fountain. It is a good fountain. I was the first in the UK to film and fire that and get my hands on that last year when it landed. It was impressive. At that point in time, it was the most impressive fountain I've ever seen. Prior to that, it was the Goldilocks fountain from Vivid, which came out like the year before. That was the most impressive fountain I'd ever seen. Then came the Golden Geyser fountain last year from Celtic. That was the most impressive fountain I've seen. Now that I've seen this Golden Shower one from Celtic, I have to say that's pretty impressive. But yes, I wouldn't pay £60 for a fountain. And I know some people had failures. I know some people did last year, because before this new one came out, last year that was the biggest one you could get for a consumer. People were going out and buying it, and I know there were quite a high rate of failures with some of those, leaving some people quite disappointed. But £60 for a fountain, it's basically £1 a second, as long as that fountain works and doesn't go bang. So Discharge Dream, I had to get back to work, but this is fascinating. Thanks, Marco. You are so welcome, guys. Thanks for dropping in. I appreciate it. I don't know if that's Jeff or Angela, but whoever it is tonight, thanks for this afternoon for you guys. Thanks for dropping in. It's great to see you on my channel, and hopefully see you again soon. Pyro Chef, hashtag the Great Wall of Clay Bung Bits. I love it. That's great. Brilliant. Bulletproof Bum's laughing. There we go. I find some big Cat 4 gerbs, close to the same size though. Can't remember the cost. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I think actually that Golden Geyser fountain was originally going to be an F4 product, but Celtic were able to bring it in under an F3 classification. So that's why initially it just had a code. It was CF0129, and then it became known as the Monster Fountain colloquially, and then this year it's got the official kind of branding and name of Golden Geyser. But yes, originally it wasn't meant to be a consumer firework, but they brought it in as such. So there we go. We've done 2 boards now, A and E. Oh, hang on. We've not seen whether it's a packet of clay bung bits or a bag of clay bung bits, have we, in the bottom of this one? There's only one way to find out, folks. Oh, and it is. Oh, it's a packet with a hole. Actually, no, it's a bag with a hole. So the clay bung's going to spill out everywhere unless I can salvage it. I might have to put a little bit of tape over this hole because we can't have the clay bung bits spilling out everywhere. Now, where did I put my tape? Oh, there's probably some down here. We'll put a little bit of tape over this just to stop the clay bung bits from escaping. Right, where was that hole? There it is. Great. Quite a big, actually that's a bigger bag than the other ones, I'm sure. Yeah, we got 2 different sizes. I don't know if you can see it on that camera. Maybe we'll have to go to the wall. We'll call this the clay bung cam or the wall cam. Yeah, this bag is a lot bigger than the same amount of clay bung bits. This is a small bag of clay bung bits. This is a bigger bag with the same amount of clay bung bits in. Go figure. So we've got 2 different sizes of clay bung bit bags. Wow, that's a mouthful. Hashtag clay bung bits bags. Oh, this is fun. Lol, you're going to start a collection. This bag came from this firework, yes. Bung bit container breach, says Bulletproof Bob. I love it. It's great. Right, let's go find some more clay bung bits. Let's do another fountain table. 2 down, 3 to go. And then we got the candle things to do, and then we've got the cake boxes to do, so still plenty more to do. We've only been going an hour and 13 minutes so far, so lots more to come, folks. Right, this was the central board. This is my center table. This had the big carousel wheel on. I actually have to say that I thought the smaller razzmatazz wheels actually did better. So let's get this wheel off there. This is an award-winning Catherine wheel. It's unusual because it's square. Most Catherine wheels are round or hexagonal or even triangular, so it's unusual to find a square Catherine wheel. This has been around for a number of years. To say it's won lots of awards. I can almost kind of DJ on it, can't I? No. Right, let's get the nail out of this one if we can. If this one's going to play ball and come out. Maybe not. see if it'll... Whew, this is a... On the plus side, at least this Catherine wheel wasn't going to fall off when it was spinning around. But it does mean I can't actually get... Do you know what? I could probably do with a hammer that's a little bit longer than that, couldn't I? Have I got one to hand? Let me see if I've got... Bear with me a second, folks. Let me see if I've got a longer claw hammer at my disposal. I don't know if I have, actually. No, I haven't. Never mind, we'll make this work. I mean, I usually use this little hammer for my Catherine wheels because it's nice, it's compact, it fits in my toolbox. I don't have to take a great big hammer with me, but we'll see. Maybe I'll need to start doing that if Although actually I shouldn't do, because I never actually take the Catherine wheels off on site. Although of course I would have to. If the Catherine wheel failed, I would have to take it off and then put it back in a UN box to bring back. Right, is this coming? It doesn't want to come off, folks. I'm sure this is great. This is great viewing though, isn't it? Watching a guy trying to get a Catherine wheel off a bit of wood. But it is not coming. Okay, let me see then if I can... Let me just put it on the floor a minute, folks. The other way of doing it, which sometimes works. Or not. No. Oh, it really doesn't want to come off, does it? Tell you what though, if I try and... I know you can't actually see this, but you can imagine what I'm doing. There we are, it's coming, I think. Oh, this is one stubborn nail. Whew. No, we haven't got the Catherine wheel off yet, folks. The other way. Okay, let's try it this way. Let's get something underneath to prise it up with. Okay. Let's see if we can get in under it like that and lever it up. Well, I think now we're just going to get the wheel's just going to come off and the nail's going to stay in, isn't it? I think it might be coming, maybe. It's definitely nearly there. Well, it's now at a weird angle. Maybe if we wag a little bit. Okay, well, we got that bit off. This bit's still on. Maybe we'll get that off another time. Let's just give it one more now that I can actually get to it. No, that's really... Okay, well, we'll get that off another time. We got the firework itself off. Whew, that was a workout and a half. So yeah, that's carousel. It's got 4 motors in it. Water motors. They're not electric motors, they're firework motors. And one there, one there, one there, one there. It's lovely when it spins, it kind of glows red and then does some showers of sparks. But yeah, that's carousel from Zeus Fireworks. Okay, let's catch up on chat. Pyro Bundy, I have to agree with the Funky Finale one not being too impressive. I'm still yet to find a really loud retail salute cake. Any suggestions? I mean, there are cakes with salutes in, but a pure salute cake is really difficult to come by now for sure. Pyroworks do a nice one that's got some good salutes. I think it's called Crusade. There's some nice salutes in there, some really big. It's only 20mm tubes, but the salutes are really, really loud in it. And there's a bank in them like halfway through and at the end. So it's not pure salute, but there's some nice salutes in there. I'm not really aware of any pure salute cakes now. I know we used to get like Dum Bums and things like that. They're not available anymore here in the UK. But yeah, I was a little bit disappointed with Funky Finale 1 when I was firing it in amongst other things. I think if I'd fired it on its own, maybe to open the show, that would have been more impressive. But there we go. Vulcan Standard Side is getting rave reviews. Yes, it is. I haven't fired that myself, but yes, that is getting good reviews. That's true. Adam says, I know of a few only a few salute cakes around. Not sure if I should name them. You can name them by all means. Obviously, there's lots of salute cakes that are F4, but in terms of consumer ones, yeah, not a lot. Philip says, nothing new there, Marko, apart from the obvious YouTube streaming seems to off live TV these days. Okay. Agreed, Standard Side is pretty loud, says Pyro. Oh, welcome in, Pyro Ash. Nice to see you on my channel. Philip says, time to use Marko for background viewing then. Okay, thanks, guys. Might have to check out Vulcan 1 in the future. Yes, I have heard good things about the Vulcan Standard Side. And I have been quite impressed with Vulcan products, actually, in the last few years. They're a bit of an underdog. They're not really a recognised brand. It's not on many people's radars. But all the Vulcan products that I've fired so far have been really, really good. I've been really impressed with them. So, yeah, Standard Side, I have heard good things. Hey, Marko, says Andy Espine. Welcome in, Andy. Nice to see you. We're just dismantling my fountain tables from my Liverpool display. Not the most exciting stream. Well, you'd think, but we are kind of in the process of building a wall of clay bung bits right here on the desk. So that's kind of exciting, isn't it? You won't find that on Netflix. Right. Okay, this is the jewel pearl cake again. That one's a little bit more symmetrical than the last one, isn't it? In fact, actually, that one has a smaller. That's interesting. Where's the one from the last? So that was the last one from the last table. That's actually got a smaller diameter centre, and yet they're the same. Actually, I'm curious now. They're both 128 shots supposedly. This one with a bigger diameter centre bit is actually a little bit smaller than that one. So has this got? I'm not convinced, folks. Yes, I am going to have to count these now, aren't I? Oh, the fun we get up to on this stream. Right, nobody distract me while I count. See if this is. I'm not convinced this has got 128 now. Actually, a few have fallen. Yeah, a few did fall off, didn't they, to be fair? Where did it start? There. I need to... Oh. I know it's OCD a little bit, but... I want to know. Right, I think did 3 tubes fall off? 1, 2, 3... I think 4, 5... Maybe there's a couple more. Because I don't think this is 128. It can't be, surely, if it's got a bigger diameter. Oh, there's a couple more tubes. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is 5 what was on here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think that's right. Maybe there was one more. Let me just see. I'm sorry, folks. This is going to bug me if we don't. If we don't find out if this did actually have 128 shots in. Because, you know, we just assume from the label, yeah, the label must be right. If it says 128 shots, it must have 128. I just want to make sure I got all those tubes. If it came off. Oh, there's another one there. Right, okay. Right, so this might be quite a bit of a boring part of the stream whilst I count to 128. Maybe it's not, I don't know, we'll see. So we've already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, folks. Wow. This stream is full of surprises, isn't it? This is meant to be 128 shots. That's only 64. Wow, I'm speechless. Wow, okay, so this one's got more, but I don't even know if this has got 128 in. 120, I'm gonna have to count this one now, folks. So we'll start here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 60. That's got 64 as well. Unless, hang on, is there... Yeah, I wonder if there's two, was there 2 shots in each? Unless it's classing the mine lift effect as a shot. Huh. Maybe that's right then. Exactly half of 128, so it must be then, mustn't it? It must be 2 shots in each. Interesting, okay. But just looking at that, I'd say this one looks like it's got less tubes than that, but actually that's got exactly the same number, despite it having a wider central core and a smaller footprint. Bizarre. Strange. Let's have a look. Gemstone, big boom, Vulcan standard side, some Pyroworks stuff. Yes, says Adam. Jason is here, JLK Pyronaut. Hi, Mark. Hope you're well. Hope your season went well. Saw you did a show with Sky Vandal XL. What were your thoughts on it? So I've done a couple of shows with Sky Vandal XL over the past week. For those of you who don't know, it's a big compound cake from Vivid. They do a Sky Vandal and Sky Vandal XL. Sky Vandal has a 430 odd shots. Sky Vandal has 600 and something shots. So Sky Vandal lasts for about 3.5 minutes. Sky Vandal XL lasts about 5. What are my thoughts on it? There's a good variety of effects in there. There's a good variety of firing patterns. There's some nice vivid colours. Pace-wise, consistency, it's kind of a bit all over the place. There are gaps in there. So... yeah, it's nice, but I think if you're doing a display with 2 or 3 in them, trying to get them all synced is going to be a little bit tricky. But for a display in a box, you know, I can't fault the effects or the colours or the variety of firing patterns and things, but just that pace is a bit erratic, a bit inconsistent. Those are my thoughts on that. What are your thoughts if you fired it? Let me know. Andy Spine says, I'm from Liverpool. I was in Liverpool doing this display last Sunday. I don't know if you saw it. But yes, I like Liverpool. It's kind of a second home. Andy says, I come from Saturday night discussing. Were we discussing this on Saturday night? Okay, I don't know. I don't think I streamed on Saturday, so probably not. 2 shots per tube. Yeah, I think it must be 2 shots per tube. I don't know. I'm going to have to go back and watch the video at some point and, and count them. But I don't recall there being 2 shots from a tube. And it'd be unusual to get 2 shots from tubes this small. But I say there is a bit of a glitter mine lift effect, so I don't know if they're kind of craftily saying that that's a shot as well as the colour pearl. And so the mine lift and the pearl are the 2 shots. So actually it's only 64. That's interesting. I genuinely thought that would have 128 tubes in, but obviously it doesn't. So there we are. These shows are educational. I've learned something new tonight as well. So there we go. That's the dual battery from Mini Pearl Cake from Standard Fireworks. But that would be a bit crafty if they're classing the mine lift as a shot. I'm not aware of any other fireworks to do that. Lots of fireworks have the mine lift effect with the main effect, but it's just classed as one shot. It's in one tube, it all lifts together. It's two different effects, but it's not two different shots, is it? It's one shot. So I don't know. I might have to go back at the video and have a look and just see if there are 128 pearls or only 64. I suspect there's only going to be 64. But there we go. Let's have a little look. Multiple shot, yeah, everyone's saying multiple shot tubes. Yeah, maybe multiple shots per tube. Going back to the shop now then, yes, it won't be going back to the shop, but I will be reviewing the video for sure. Bulletproof mum, yeah, exactly half of 128, so could be. Or 2 stars and 1 lift charge. Cheeky counting, yeah, that's exactly what I was saying, and I agree with you on that. If they are counting the mine lift as a shot, it's not, yeah, okay, 2 effects per tube, but it's not 2 shots, is it? Because they're both lifting together. I don't know. We'll see. I'll review the video and we'll maybe discuss it on another stream. Adam says, I have issues with compounds in general. The transition from cake to cake can result in dark sky. But the vids I've seen of Sky Vandal do look good. Yes, the Sky Vandal is good. But there is issues with pace and inconsistency, I think, with there. But it's still a really good piece. I would be happy to fire it again and put it in a display. That said, I generally don't use compounds in my displays. Why? We did talk about this on another stream. Basically, compounds, for those of you who don't know, are like a series of cakes, smaller fireworks, that are all fused together. So you light one fuse and you've got a whole display and it lights one cake and then another cake and another cake and another cake. The downside of that is that once you light the first fuse, that's it, you can't stop it. Once you light a firework, you've got to let it run its course. Now, for these fountains and for smaller cakes, they might last 30 seconds, they might last a minute and a half, 2 minutes tops. But for compounds, they can last a lot longer. I mean, we just talked about Sky Vandal XL. That lasts a good 5 minutes. There's a compound called Magnificent 7 that lasts 7 minutes. Once you light that fuse, you've no way of stopping it. So if you're doing a professional public display, you light the fuse, then for whatever reason you need to stop your show immediately, if there's an emergency or whatever, you need to stop it. You want the skies to go dark and the fireworks to stop firing as soon as possible. With something like the 7-minute compound, Magnificent 7, you light a fuse, that starts going off and then you have to stop your show. You've still got fireworks going off for another 6.5, 7 minutes that you could do nothing about. So, you know, not ideal. But people do use them in shows because they're good fillers. You know, you can fill 7 minutes of your show with just putting a compound in. There you go, there's 7 minutes of your display. So if you want to elongate your display, that's a good way of doing it. But from a safety point of view, personally, it's not something that I put in my own displays, but I do see them used in a lot of displays. So there we go. Andy says, no, I mean the group on Saturday night during the pandemic. Ah, okay, I guess I'm with you now. Apologies, Andy. Yes, so wow, that's going back a few years, isn't it now? So yes, so for those of you who don't know, I've been streaming now for quite some time. Well, about an hour and a half. No, my channel, I've been doing streams for a number of years. I was doing some during the pandemic as well. I was guesting on a few other channels and bringing other people fireworks and stuff because nobody could get out, nobody could see fireworks during the lockdown, during the pandemic. So I hopped on a few different channels and did some live fireworks for them. So I'm with you now, Andy. It's great to have you back on my channel. That was going back a few years ago, but great to have you back here. So great. Ren is back. Ren Flyer. Hi Mark, good show at Liverpool. Is firework your displays your main job? How many shows do you do a year? Thanks for work putting these videos together, says Matt. Is fireworks my main job? No, it's not. There are very few people in the UK that are employed full-time in the firework industry. Yes, obviously, if you own a brand, if you're a retailer, if you own a display company, yes, you're going to be doing that full-time. But most people that crew on displays are casual staff or freelance staff. They don't do it full-time. So no, it isn't my full-time job, but I do a number of shows a year. I do a lot of content on my channel as well, so I do quite a lot of work in the industry, putting out videos, doing footage for retailers and brands, all my review stuff as well. So I do put a lot of time into fireworks, as you'll see from my content, but no, it isn't full-time. So, and look, my hands are now getting dirtier, folks, handling all these fireworks. They'll be black by the end. How many shows do I do a year? It varies from year to year. I mean, in this last 9-10 days, I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 displays plus my live stream from my garden on Bonfire Night, so 6 in the last 8 to 9 days. Obviously, it's the busiest time of the year, but yeah, I do them throughout the year. It's mainly sort of weddings and things like that in the summer and stuff like that, and then Bonfire Night season, and then we kind of get into Christmas light switch on, New Year, all those kind of things. So it is quite seasonal. Pyro Bundy, I agree, Adam. Compounds are good, a standalone piece, but not good for shows. Yes, I agree. I was fairly disappointed with Magnificent 7. Yes, again, I think I was the first in the UK to fire Magnificent 7 when that landed a couple of years ago, and there is footage of that on my channel. I was disappointed with that as well. First of all, it didn't last 7 minutes. Mine only lasted like 6 minutes, I think, just over. So that was a bit disappointing. And also, if you're making a firework last that long, firstly, there are limits to how much powder net explosive content can be in fireworks. That includes compounds as well. And so if you want to reach that limit, or not go over that limit, but you want a firework that's going to last 7 minutes, each individual shot is going to not have a lot of powder in if you want to eke out a display over 7 minutes. So yeah, I wasn't really that impressed with Magnificent 7. As I say, its main selling point is that it lasts 7 minutes. The one I fired only lasted about 6. So there you go. Them were the days. They were crazy times, weren't they, during the pandemic? But I loved doing fireworks during that because I know people were stuck inside. They couldn't go out to displays. They had COVID. They were isolating. They couldn't do fireworks in the garden, or they didn't have a big enough garden. So my Bonfire Night live stream in 2020, there were so many people watching that. It was incredible. It just kind of blew up, quite literally, my channel as a result of that. And it was great to be able to hop onto other people's channels and bring them live fireworks around New Year and things like that as well. So crazy times. Hopefully we'll never repeat it, but there we go. Right, let's get back to dismantling the fountain tables. And we'll search for more bags of clay bung bits. Oh, I didn't detach the igniters, did I, folks? Let's detach the igniters first. There we go. Push all those back down so we don't catch them. Adam says, I think it's like yes, yeah, absolutely right, Adam, you're quite correct. 4 kilograms is the maximum net explosive content for a category F3 compound, and 2,000 grams, or 2 kilograms is the limit for Cat 2. I can't remember. I think Magnificent 7, is Magnificent 7 Cat 2 or Cat 3? I can't remember. Either way, the quality of the shots wasn't brilliant, in my opinion. But again, other people might like it. At the end of the day, the reviews and stuff that I do on my channel, I'm not paid to do them. I'm not incentivized to do them. I'm not sort of given free products in return for good reviews. The reviews you see of products on my channel are genuinely what I think of them, genuinely what I witnessed with my own eyes and try to convey to you. So yeah, from memory, I wasn't particularly impressed with Magnificent 7. And it actually just goes to prove that actually the longer the duration of firework doesn't mean it's better. You know, sometimes people want to do firework displays that last like 20 minutes. Oh, I want a 20-minute display. Well, actually, you might get a better display if you use the same amount of fireworks, but condense it down and it only lasts 12, 13 minutes. So it's not always the duration of fireworks that you need to think about. It's, you know, give your audience something that they're going to remember and have a bit of a wow factor, rather than trying to eke out shows for longer than they need to be. So, oh, they just way go. Yeah, they're basically a version of, yes. These are the rails from FireTech. Oh, I realise we're not on the multicam. Let's go back to the multicam. There we go. Yeah, these are FireTech rails. They're a variation on the Wago connectors. But yeah, I prefer them to spring terminals. It's really easy to connect and disconnect igniters to and lock them down. Spring terminals, yeah, Not as robust. So yes, I do like those Firetech rails for sure. Okay, there's a random igniter cable that can go in the... We're going to need another bin bag soon, folks. This one's getting a bit full. Right, let's get the little cosmic jitterbug fountain off. This was quite an impressive piece. We talk about standout pieces. Jitterbugs from Cosmic. It was standout because of its price. It's only like £2. And it's got 2 tubes. The second tube was a bit samey, a bit boring. But the first tube had some interesting effects. And if you go and watch my video from my Liverpool display, you'll see these. And the effects from the first tube were actually quite nice for a little fountain. I did enjoy it. Which new cake has stood out from what you fired this year? I fired quite a bit this year. What cakes stood out for me? Caribbean Sea, we talked about it a little bit earlier. That had some really good colours in. That was good. I did like Celtic's new low noise dump cake, moving on up. That was impressive. But I have to say, this year for me has not really been about cakes. Candles have been the standout for me this year. Vivid brought out, no, not Vivid. Celtic brought out some new candles. Vulcan brought out some new candles. Really nice candles. Really good durations and things on them. Blues and Twos from Celtic. Really, really nice. Limoncello is nice as well. Not quite as good as Blues and Twos, I think, but it's still a nice one from Celtic. And then, of course, all those incredible Vulcan candles, which 7 different varieties. I've fired them all. You'll see footage of that on my channel. Really, really impressive. So candles have stood out to me this year, and actually fountains have stood out to me. We talked about the golden shower fountain earlier. Also the spinning fountains, the breakout fountain from Vivid stood out to me. So for me, yeah, other things other than cakes have been what stood out for me this year, I think, if I'm honest. And the other thing that stood out for me with Vivid's slices and single shots, which we've talked about at length on this channel, which are kind of available / not available / depending on who you talk to. But they're good as well. Oh, and the other standout thing, I mean, we talk about things that are not available. The strobe rockets, like the Pyroworks Masters of the Air, I know there's a few other ones as well. They've since been withdrawn, so you guys won't be able to get your hands on them. But I did get to fire some earlier this year and witness them with my own eyes. And I'll tell you, I've never seen or heard anything quite like it. They're such an unusual effect. The best way I can describe the sound that they make, it's like, if you imagine a tree with like a flock of birds in and something startles the birds and the birds just all take off at once. That's how these rockets sound as they're lifting. It's so unique. It's so unusual. So they were a bit of a standout item because, you know, it's different. But yeah, they're no longer available. They've been withdrawn from sale. So there we go. I've seen Blues and Twos in loads of displays. Yes, absolutely. I use them in my Liverpool display. They reach a really good height and they've got a good duration, it's like 53, 54 seconds or something. So, and they're only f2 as well. So you can use them in small displays, but equally they will hold their weight in big displays for sure. Especially if used in multiples. I fired some in a V, but you can fire them in a fan or a W or all kinds of stuff you could do, and they will look great. Right, now it's clay bung time, folks. And of course, I know what you're thinking. Is this going to be a bag of clay bungs or a packet of clay bungs? Well, you don't have to wait long to find out. It's a packet of clay bungs, folks. That's our second packet. Oh, has it got a little rip in it? It might have a little rip in it because I've just got covered in clay. But there we go. Let's add that to the clay bung bit wall. There we go, that we're building. If you've just tuned in, you won't have a clue what's going on. But that's absolutely fine. My name's Mark, by the way. I'm in the UK. I do fireworks. I do them professionally. I do them as a hobby. And my channel is all about fireworks. here in the UK and indeed around the world. My channel, my content, is always family friendly, and I'm all about the safe and responsible use of fireworks. You're not going to find anything dangerous or dodgy or illegal or irresponsible and stuff with fireworks on my channel. Do they have quick match? Says Craig. Blues and Twos don't have quick match. No. What do you do with the tubs now? Which tubs? These fireworks? These just get binned. Or do you mean the fountain tables? They get reused next year. The bags of clay bung bits, well, they're going to sit here for a little while. I don't quite know what I'm going to do with them. We'll see. Maybe I'll just carry one with me. You know, if I ever meet a fan or a subscriber, which I do actually I am quite recognisable now when I'm going out and about doing fireworks stuff. Maybe next time I meet a subscriber or someone who follows my channel, I can say, hey, thanks for following my channel. Here, have a bag of clay bung bits. That said, mind you, I think if I drove around in my car with loads of these in and I get stopped by the police, I think they'd be like, what's this? It's okay, officer, it's just a bag of clay bung bits. Yeah, right. Right, Vulcan. You all know what's in here. From my garden display, I liked Hullabaloo. Yes, Hullabaloo is nice. I did fire that as well this year. Hullabaloo was okay. That was a hummer cake. And so, yeah, that was nice. But then, of course, I fired the Vulcan hummers, and they were a little bit better, in my opinion. But, yeah, Hullabaloo's nice. Straight Up Crazy. Yes, that was... I've not seen that one. I've seen footage of it. It looks good. There's the bag of clay bung bits, folks. Nice and intact, that one. That one's not leaking. Let's put that on the bag of clay bungs wall. Oh dear. I dread to think what you guys tell your friends about these streams. Oh, I was watching this guy last night and he was making a wall with bags of clay bung bits on stream. Right, the Hallelujah Fountain. You can see from this one as well, this caught fire. You might not be able to see. I'll undo it and then you guys will be able to see it a bit better. So it does happen. Fireworks, after they've finished doing their business, can smoulder for a while and can flame and can catch fire for some time afterwards, actually. So at the end of my displays, I always go around, well, after I've left everything for like a good 10 minutes to cool down. If there's nothing actually on fire, I will then go around and see if there's anything smoking. If anything's smoking, I'll put some water on it. Obviously, if anything does catch fire, I'll put it out as soon as I can. But this is the Hallelujah Fountain. You can see this kind of clearly caught fire on the side at the end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tubes in there. 120 shots, so 12 shots per tube. So there we go, that's the Hallelujah Fountain. Not a fountain, it's a candle. Hashtag not a fountain. And the white strobe flare. Let's get this one off. Pyro Chef says hashtag Mark the Builder. Hashtag can he bung it? I like it. Yes, I still need to watch your video, Ash. I haven't got round to... it's on my to-do list of displays to watch. But yes, I believe it was good. Right, the Roughneck Fountain. Now, has this got 5 tubes in there? Yeah, there's a little... That's interesting. I thought it just had 4 tubes, but there's definitely like a little 5th tube here, which must have been a whistle. I'll have to watch the footage back and see if there's a whistle in. But normally when you get fountains with a tiny little tube, that's usually a whistle. effect. So I suspect that's what that was in this fountain. This is Roughneck from Leslie. No, it's not Leslie. This is Yorgi, isn't it, Roughneck? Is it? I can't remember if it's Yorgi or Leslie. I think it's Leslie. Either way, it's not important. What's important is whether in the base there's a bag of clay bung bits or a packet of clay bung bits, and we're about to find out, folks. Let's have a little look. It's a packet. No, it's not. It's a bag. It's a bag, and it's a big bag. So that goes in our... Let's put that on our wall. Clay bung bits. There we go. That was the Roughneck fountain. Right, that bag's getting quite full now, so I think I'll move that out of the way and start on a new bag. Once I've found a new bag. Let's see if there's a spare one over here. Maybe. And as if by magic. Right, we've got a new bag. So we've done 3 of those fountain tables now. Obviously I've still got to get the brackets off, but for now, let's just put these to one side. Somewhere where I'm not going to trip over them. And we'll get up the last 2 fountain tables as well. Okay, when I can find... Where did I put them? Ah, they're over here. So some slightly different products on these 2 tables. Again, if you watch my setup videos, you'll know what was on all of these. There's one of them there. Let me grab the other one as well. And we'll see if there's any, because there's some different fountains on here, so we'll see if there's any bags of clay bung bits in any of these. Whilst we're on that side of the internet, can I ask an interesting question? On the other hand, I better not. Okay. What makes the whistle in a firework? It's basically air rushing through a tube, effectively. So it's a pyrotechnic compound which creates air going through the tube, and that creates the whistle. Right, so on this table, again, we've got 2 different... Let's see if I can get them both in the overhead camera. Simultaneously, side by side. So again, we've got this same issue where this has got a bigger centre core than this one. This one obviously had quite a bit of fire on. You can see, if I actually will look at that one in more depth in a minute. Let's move on to this table first. So let's get this little jewel pearl cake off. Oh, but before I do, I forgot to hashtag release the igniters, which I will now do. This is the other good thing I love about Firetech rails, is because you can these just pull out, whereas with spring terminal ones, you've actually got to go through and, you know, bend, push the little thing, the lever down to release the spring. These you can just do that and open them all up and pull all the igniters out really quick and easy. Right. And you can see how well stuck down these were. So if you watch my setup streams, you'll see that underneath these, I put some really strong industrial double-sided tape, stick them down on the board, and then gaffer tape around them onto these angle brackets so they can't move. And you can see here that there's the results, the remnants of my double-sided tape stuck down to it really, really well. Holding that nicely in position. That street lighting guy is back. The street light guy, sorry, not street lighting. That would just be silly. That street light guy is back. Evening, nice to see another stream from you, Mark. I enjoyed the Bonfire Night stream. It was such an entertaining night. It was a good stream, that wasn't it? We went nearly 5 hours on that. We let off 5 selection boxes. We ate a jacket potato. We had a lot of fun. And it's great to see you back here on this stream, That Street Light Guy. I love that name. I love some of the names you guys have in the chat. It's really fun. Adam just finished a chicken dinner. Lush. Yep, I had chicken tonight as well. Interesting fact there. Not really. Right, these are the Celtic blinkers, the red strobes. These are nice and bright. I use these in conjunction with those red blink fountains. These always look really unusual at the end, though. Probably can't see that now. I wonder if you see it on the close-up cam. Yeah. Really, really weird how the strobe ones burn. There we go. That's the remnants of it. So yeah, these blinkers, quite nice. They're available in silver, white, or red on the consumers. Why they're not available in other colours, I don't know, because their professional range do have different colours. But it'd be nice to see these in greens and blues and yellows and oranges and stuff. But Celtic on their consumer range of blinkers only do red and white, sadly. I did do a comparison actually on my channel a couple of years ago of Celtic silver blinkers and Yorgie's little strobes to see which ones performed best. And I won't say the result, but you can, if you're interested, you can go and check that out on my channel. Hashtag chicken tonight, yes, indeed. I was about to burst into song. Do you remember that advert? I feel like chicken tonight, like chicken tonight. But I thought I'm not going to sing that. And I just did, didn't I? There you go. And Mark Guitar is here. Hello, Mark. Just popping in to say hello and say thanks for the setup you are making in quality content and editing. Cheers. Thanks, Mark. I appreciate that. Yeah, those of you who have been on my channel for a while will hopefully have noticed the improvement in quality and equipment and all those kind of good stuff since I first started. We're now multicam and radio mics and lights and all those kind of things, which we didn't have in the early days. So I appreciate that you guys appreciate that. Appreciate that you appreciate it. Yeah, you know what I mean. So thanks for that, Mark. I thought Celtic did a strobe pot, or is that just Cat F4? So Celtic do other coloured strobes, but they're not in their consumer range. They're not in their F2 range. I think they might even be, I don't even think they're F4. They might be T1 from memory. I have fired them. They might actually be T1. So technically kind of available for consumers, but you don't see them readily available. And even then, I think they only do them in green and, well, they do red, white, green and amber, I think. You don't see any blue strobes, do you, really? Or purple or pink or those kind of colours. Okay, the golden shower fountain that we keep talking about because it is so good. 4 of them in this show. They all performed really, really well. I fired them at angles as well and they looked really good. Right, let's do this one. This is Hocus Pocus. I like Hocus Pocus from Brothers because it's a fountain and mine combination. So in here there's 6 tubes. 3 are fountains and 3 are mines. Can you guys guess which are which? So these tubes with these smaller diameter holes there, the 3 fountains, and these are the 3 mine effects. So the way this firework works, you get a fountain. It starts with a fountain for 20 seconds and then it moves to a mine and does a mine lift. Then it goes to the next fountain for 20 seconds, then ends with a mine. does the next fountain for 20 seconds, then finally ends with a mine. So you get like a 60-second firework here, but it's a combination of fountains and mines. I really like this one because audiences really respond really well to this because they don't know when the mine's coming. They're not expecting a mine, all of a sudden you get a mine lift effect. So really nice. This has been around for a number of years. It did go away for a while, but I think it came back last year. Brothers brought it back in, and if you shop around, you can get this for a really good price. I think you can get this as low as like £5, £6, something like that, if you shop around. So it's a really good piece. It lasts a minute. Colour wise, so there's not a lot of colour in it. I mean, it's a silver fountain, silver mine lift effect. So don't expect amazing colours from it, but it's nice to have that kind of surprise mine lift effect, and it happening 3 times over the course of the firework as well. So it's novel. I like using it. Now, I don't think there's any clay bung bits in the bottom of Hocus Pocus, but to be fair, I didn't think there was clay bung bits in quite a lot of these, and there has been. So we might have a little hunt for the clay bung bits in a minute, folks. I'm enjoying the crossover fireworks / cooking chat here. Well, of course, that's because you're a chef. Pyro chef. # not a real chef. He's only in Sheffield. He's not a real chef. Right, there we go. This doesn't feel heavy enough to have clay bung bits in the bottom. Mark says that good old Hocus Pocus, been using it for years, firm favourite. Yeah, and it did go away for a few years, but I'm really pleased it's back. Adam says that, yeah, T1, T2, by cat fire generally being professional of any kind. Yeah, I mean, that's a good, Celtic fireworks do a professional T4 range. It's a really nice range of products. But I can't remember, I think their strobes might be T1. They're not T2, but they might be T1. Right, I don't think there's any clay bung bits in here. But not going to do any harm to have a little check. No. No, the tubes go the full length of the firework. There you go. So no clay bung bits here. This desk is getting filthy, but then it is to be expected because I'm turning these fireworks upside down as well, so all the bits come out. Right, let's do the jitterbug fountain. Now, this one's from Yorgi. This is the Lunar Fountain. We've not opened one of these up yet, so I don't know whether this is going to have any clay bung bits in. If you already know, don't spoil the fun, don't say in the chat. Let's find out together. Although I can't really imagine anybody else does go on the hunt for clay bung bits. To be honest, I only discovered them by accident a few years ago when I used the Vulcan fountain, the popcorn fountain. I think at the end of the show I had to put water on it, and so the casing had kind of disintegrated and fallen apart, and I was like, I can see a little bag in there, what's that? And that's when I first discovered, I think we discovered it on one of my streams, didn't we? I think on this kind of stream where we're dismantling stuff, was when I first came across the clay bung bits. But this is the first year where I've realised that it's not just the Vulcan popcorn fountain that has clay bung bits in. So the question is, does the Yorgi Lunar Fountain have any clay bung bits in? It has 3 tubes. Doesn't feel that, well, I don't know. Well, I don't know. I honestly don't know. But we are about to find out. Oh, it does. I've cut into it though with my little knife. But wow, yeah. There's a bag of clay bung bits in here. Actually, only a small bag. I know I've kind of nicked it a little bit with my knife, but a very, very small bag of clay bung bits in there. Not a lot. Let's seal that up with a bit of tape. Stop it leaking. Yeah, that was a tiny bag compared to some of these other bags. You can see there's a big bag, there's a small bag. Regardless, we'll add it into the bag of clay bung bits wall that we're doing. So yes, there were clay bung bits in the bottom of the lunar fountain. Right, let's do the Alleluia candle, which I can see I've cable tied on this one as well. So we need to cut this off. Yeah, by the way, guys, if you've not clicked like yet on this stream, if you're enjoying this stream, why not click like? Let YouTube know that, you know, this is providing you with some quality entertainment. And if you are new and you're enjoying this, why not subscribe to my channel? I do these live streams every now and then. They're always a lot of fun. They're always interactive. I never know in which direction they're going to go. But it's nice to see so many regular people come back again and again for these live streams. So if you're enjoying this and you are new, why not click subscribe? And also enable notifications. And then that way, when I do these live streams, because I don't do them to a schedule, I don't upload to a schedule. I know some people do. I don't. It's just as and when. So if you enable notifications, YouTube will let you know whenever I do upload new content, or whenever I'm about to go live. This was quite a heavy fountain as well, the Special Forces fountain. I used these in conjunction with the popcorn fountain, so I had 2 of these Special Forces ones, 3 popcorn ones, all kind of going off together as like the build up to my finale, so lots and lots of crackle. These were impressive. Were these impressive as a popcorn fountain? I don't know, because the popcorn fountain lasts like a minute and a half, 90 seconds. This one only lasts, I think, 40, 50 seconds. So, not as good duration, but still an intense crackle. It still worked well. And yes, there is some weight in here, but I think this has probably got a solid, yes, it has. This hasn't got a bag of clay bung bits in, folks. It's got a solid base of clay. There we go. So that'll be the weight. There's still in there. Special Force from Leslie. Decent fountain. Some good weight in there. And good powder content. It looks like you're dealing with these clay bung bits now. A variety of bag sizes. And you're even cutting into them with your knife to test the quality. Yes, that's right. Yes, I'm not accidentally cutting into them. I'm doing it to test the quality. That's absolutely right, Pyro Chef. Yes. Right, there's that board done. Let's get this one out of the way. One more fountain table to do, and then maybe we'll do the candle frames next. Right, board B. This one had quite a lot of fire on it at the end, as you can see. You'll see a bit clearer when I remove it. Oh, I need to detach the igniters first. Out they come. There we go. Push all those back down. Okay, so the blinker, Celtic blinker's coming off here. Do you guys feel sad when the Bonfire Night season's over? Or is it kind of a bit of a relief? For me, it's mixed because I do so much in the run up to Bonfire Night and then all of the shows and stuff over Bonfire Night season that now it's like, part of me is like, oh, I'm glad it's over. But also part of me is like, I want to do another display. So always mixed feelings this time of year. Sad that it's over. Pleased that it's gone well. Pleased it's gone safely. I hope it's gone safely for you guys as well. But yeah, always itching to get back out there and do more. One more show to go, says Pyro Ash. Very good. Well, I hope you have a good setup for that. I hope the weather's kind to you. I was out doing a show on... What was I doing a show? Saturday. And the weather was so nice on Saturday. I was literally out in this field 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday in the middle of November with just the shirt on. No fleece, no coat. And I was still too hot. Absolutely crazy. But then it went dark and it went cold very quickly and we had ground fog and it was pretty cold. But during the afternoon, during the build, lovely weather, gorgeous weather. So mild for November. In fact, we were saying that on my Bonfire Night stream, weren't we? How warm it was in my garden. Well, I was saying, not you guys wouldn't know how warm it is in my garden, but I was telling you that it was nice and warm in my garden. It was unseasonably mild. Which probably means we're going to have a really bad winter, doesn't it? Probably January, February time, it'll be, you know, the country will be under a couple of feet of snow. We'll see. I do like snow. I don't mind when it snows. And my daughter, who's 4, has only ever seen snow. I think twice she's seen snow. So she's desperate to have more snow so she can throw some snowballs again at Mummy. She really enjoyed that last time. Not that I was encouraging that, of course. Okay, maybe a little bit. Hello Marco, says Fireworks UK. Hello Fireworks UK. Nice to have you here. It's supposed to be cooler by the end of the week. Yeah, I can believe it. It has been very, very mild of late. There's the last white strobe flare. Also a little tip, like we talked about earlier, when you do have fireworks that don't fire in a show and you take them out of your show as you're dismantling, if you're using E-match on them, when you unplug it from your firing system, always twist the wires together again. Okay, I see it a lot where people remove fireworks that haven't gone off from the show that have got E-match in and just put them away like that. Don't, it's dangerous. Your E-match can go off if you don't shunt or commute or however you want to call it. Twist the two wires together like that and then it can't go off accidentally as a result of static. If you've got the wires apart, static charge can set the igniter off. So always twist them together if you need to remove a firework from your display that you previously connected. I only had 4 fireworks not go off in this display. One of them was one of these little cakes. Another one was one of my cakes in my cake boxes. What was the third one? The third one was one of those little funky fountains. And I can't remember what the fourth one was now. What was the fourth one? I'll still have them in a box here. Let me have a look at it. Maybe I only had 3 that didn't go off. Yeah, I must have only had 3. I thought I had 4, but no, there must have only been 3. Right, let's. I want to show you this because this clearly obviously caught fire at the end. You can see half this cake, but everything fired okay. This wasn't a fire during the display. It's just at the end of the display, this was still smouldering, and then it caught fire into flames, and you can kind of see the damage that it did there. So when that happens at the end of the display, I just go up and put some water on it, put the flames out, let everything cool down, and it will be fine. So I think this was probably the biggest fire I had on the display site. You don't always get fires on fireworks at the end. But that said, it's also not uncommon. So now this is going to fall apart because, of course, I put a lot of water on it, so it's pretty soggy. There, you can see the damage to that. Little pearl cake there. Let's try and get the remnants off the board here as best we can. Warmest bonfire night on record. Yes, I can believe that. Nottingham has 1 centimetre of snow next Wednesday, according to the weather app. Really? Wow. I mean, I'm not that surprised. I mean, you know, it is that time of year, isn't it? It is the UK. Weather's very unpredictable at the best of times. A lot of the time, though, I do find they over-forecast snow to cover themselves. You know, so they might forecast a centimetre of snow and actually you might just get a little bit of sleet. Where I am in Greater Manchester, we're quite sheltered by the Pennines. For those of you outside the UK, that's kind of like a hilly, mountainous area. And so we don't get snow to a great extent where I'm in Greater Manchester. In South Manchester, North Manchester tend to get a lot more snow than we do in South Manchester. But we do occasionally get it, but it is only occasional, unfortunately. It is strange though how, like in the UK, when we get a little bit of snow, like the country grinds to a halt. There's other countries that have snow like all year round, or you know, very regularly, and they cope absolutely fine with snow. We get a little bit, and the whole country falls apart. Or so it seems. Right, so we're just getting this other Hocus Pocus cake off it. Cake? It's not really a cake, is it? It's a fountain and mine combination, to give it its official descriptive title. Sparkle Power is back. Sparky Power, rather. Is it Sparky or Sparkle? Sparky. Sparky Power. Hello again, Mark. Saw the show, was stunning. Still got to watch the Bonfire Night stream. The Bonfire Night stream was a lot of fun. Nearly 5 hours long, by the way. But we had a lot of fun. We let off 5 selection boxes. And there were some surprises in those selection boxes. I won't spoil it by telling you, but some of the fireworks didn't live up to their names. Let's just say that. It was 18, 19 degrees C for me on Bonfire Night. Yes, I think I've got a thermometer in my greenhouse, and I think by the time we were streaming, I think it's about 16 degrees centigrade, which is unheard of for that time of day, that time of night almost, in November here in the UK. There goes my last golden shower fountain. Sad times. I'm sure I'll be having those again next year. They're a really good fountain. And who knows, Celtic may even bring out a newer, different version next year. I do like how Celtic are always bringing out new products. Every year they bring out something new. And so, yeah, I'm curious to see what they're going to bring out next year. Given how popular this fountain's been, I can well imagine them bringing out a variation of it next year, maybe with a bit of blue in it, maybe try to compete a little bit with Goldilocks fountain from Vivid, maybe. That's just me speculating. We'll see what happens. But yes, I really think this year's been all about the candles, all about the fountains, more so than cakes this year. Don't get me wrong, there have been some nice cakes coming in, but it's been nice to see brands bringing in other products other than cakes and compounds. It's been nice to see some new fountains. It's been nice to see some new candles this year for sure. Hopefully we'll get some more next year. Yes, that's right, Pyro Ash does displays for Illusion, who also use FireTech, which is a firing system that I use and that I talk about quite a bit on my channel. Illusion use that as well. Ash says, I was in South Wales doing a show on Friday. It was very wet all day. Show was totally smoked out. That's a shame. That's a shame. Yeah, I was doing a show. What was I? Where was I on Friday? I was down Stoke-on-Trent way on Friday doing a show. And I think it was okay. Wasn't weather-wise. The show I was doing though on Saturday, I say it was really nice during the day. But then it went very cold. We had a ground fog. Just before the display. Fortunately, it was quite low level, so it didn't really affect the display. But because there was no wind, at the end of the display, the smoke just hung over the site. After the cool down period, we couldn't actually see the fireworks. We're like, where's the display site gone? And so we had to dismantle, de-rig, basically being able to see only like 2 or 3 feet in front of us. The smoke, well, it would have been smog at that point. It was fog and smoke all mixed together. It was so... I've never de-rigged in such poor visibility before, so that was quite an experience. Adam says it's very wet here in South Wales by the sea, very little snow. That street light guy, mostly rain in London, Essex today. Yeah, so what's the weather been like here today? It's been fairly gloomy. It's actually, no, it started off in Greater Manchester this morning. It started off nice and sunny, and it's kind of got progressively cloudier and darker as the day went on. It did rain a little bit as well, so yeah. Sparky Power, I'll watch it tomorrow, so I'll see. Had some of the Thunder Strike candles this year. Breaks on those were huge. Interesting. Okay. By Gemstone, yes. Mark, will I be doing a New Year's Eve fireworks stream by any chance? Of course I will. Yes, it's kind of a tradition now. I've done that for a number of years. So yes, that streetlight guy. I will be doing a New Year's Eve stream, and that will be on... That's right, New Year's Eve. We usually start, I think, about 11:30 in the evening, UK time, live from my garden. We see in the new year with some fireworks at midnight. And yeah, that's always a fun one to do. So yes, that's the plan. All being well. Well, it's the plan. I say all being well because I've got a baby on the way. Well, my wife's got a baby on the way. In literally just a few weeks' time. So December's going to be a very busy month, but it's currently in my plan to do a stream on New Year's Eve. If anything changes, of course, I will let you know on my channel, but that is the plan. Right, so the other lunar fountain, we know this has got clay bungs in the bottom, clay bung bits rather. We don't know the size of the bag, whether it's a bag or a packet. Will it be the same as the other lunar fountain? Will it be different? Stay tuned, folks. Don't go anywhere. Okay, good to know. I'll watch that evening, says that streetlight guy. Yeah, say if you enable notifications, well, YouTube will notify you, so you don't need to remember. Okay, there's the lunar fountain. I want a random igniter wire. We'll get rid of that. Right, let's move that. In fact, I'm going to just tip. There's so much ash on this board. Not the ash that's in the chat. Although I guess technically there was pyro ash on the board. There we go. But no, it's great to see Ash here in the chat. I love the fact that all kinds of people come into the chat. We've got pros in the chat. We've got semi-pros in the chat. We've got young people in the chat, old people, people who've never done fireworks before, people from other countries watching this. I love the mix of people we get on my streams. It's a great mix. Right, we're going to see what's in the base. I'm going to try and do it without puncturing the bag this time. Oh, too late. I punctured the bag. Oh, occupational hazard. But there are clay bungs in here, folks. Bag of clay bung bits. It's a small bag, but I've punctured it with my knife again. So So yeah, the lesson is, if you're going to open the bottoms of your fireworks to get your clay bung bags of clay bung bits out at the end, just be careful you don't puncture the bags. I'm joking. I mean, I did say earlier on, you know, don't dismantle fireworks. These are not live fireworks. These are spent. They're fully spent. I'm happy that they're fully fired, so there is no risk to me doing this. But as a general rule, don't dismantle your fireworks. Right, let's put this on the clay wall, bag, wall, whatever we're calling it. There we are. You can just about see me over the top of that now, can't you? There we go. I think his plan was 11 p.m. on New Year's Eve. We'll see. So it's usually between about 11, half 11 that I stream on New Year's Eve. I don't usually do it before 11 because obviously people in Europe who are an hour ahead will be celebrating their New Year and I don't want to interfere with that. So at some point after 11, usually around half 11-ish, we go live and we chat to you guys, see how your guys' years have been, find out what you're looking forward to in the next New Year, and then at midnight we let off some fireworks and see in the New Year together. And people from all around the world watch that. I know lots of people in America, it's kind of early evening, late afternoon for them. They come in and watch and see in the New Year here in the UK with me on my channel, and then they have their own New Year a few hours later, and that's a lovely thing to do. So hashtag messy stream. Yes, it is. Yes, my hands are getting blacker by the minute, as is my table. In fact, you know what? I'm going to get a little dustbuster and hoover that up. This will be the first time I've ever used a dustbuster on the stream, folks. Let's hope it's charged. It will be quite embarrassing if it's not charged. Here we go. You know, there'll be people tuning in right now thinking, what's I'm watching a guy hoovering a table. What am I watching? That hoover is satisfying though, yeah. Brush pan and do, yeah, I was just thinking that. I'm actually going to try it with the brush attachment, and if that doesn't work, yes, I do have a dustpan and brush, but we'll see. Well, that's a bit quieter, isn't it? That's a bit more satisfying. Although, not as good suction, so... Right, that'll do for now. It's not perfect, but we're going to get messy again in a bit. So there we go, guys. That was an exclusive. That's the first time I've used a dustbuster on a stream. Mark the date in your calendar. Where were you at that time? Right, extreme table hoovering, hashtag says Mark. Hashtag more interesting than BBC News. I love it. John, hi John. John Surfbum is here. Hi Mark, late night. It is 10:30 in the evening here in the UK right now. We'll go for another hour and a half or so. We'll see how we get on. So yeah, there we go. Hashtag Jackie Potato with cheese. Not on this stream. It's too messy for that. Maybe on New Year's Eve, we'll see. We definitely did one on Bonfire Night though, didn't we? That was a lot of fun. Pyro Chef, now available in the members zone. Mark compares vacuums in the garage. Oh dear. Yeah, that might be an interesting stream, mightn't it? I don't know. We'll see. Right. Okay, what we're going to move on to next. Candle frames. Let's do the two smaller ones first. Let me just rescue them from over here. So these are on my cake and candle sites, kind of at the back, left and right. Two of them. Let's do one at a time. Not really got space on the table for both. Well, mind you, if I move this board that's covered in hashtag pyro ash, Then maybe we'll have a bit more space. Put that there. There we go. Right. So on here we had 3 Yorkie spinner candles. We had that on all 3 candle frames, all going off as part of the finale. That worked quite well. We had these Northern Lights Red Mine candles from Evolution. These were really nice. I really like those. I had 3 of those firing vertically. Not a massive height on them, maybe 15 meters or so, but really nice effects, quite underrated. So those were good. And then the Let's Go candles from Celtic, one on either side, kind of crossing over. That looked good as well. They were all wired into my little Firetech 4-channel rails. I really like these. These are really nice. So the normal Firetech rails are 16 channels, as we saw on the fountain tables. These little 4-channel ones, you can link them into the 16-channel ones. So on my fountain tables, I used the first 12 channels, 1 to 12 for the fountains, and then 13, 14, 15 and 16 just ran a network cable from those rails to these candle frames, and there's my extra 4 channels on there. So worked really well. So we'll release the igniters from here like that. And so the way there's different ways you can fuse candles. Obviously, like these 3 I wanted to fire simultaneously. So you could do that with 1 igniter and then either quick match, which is a pro thing, so you won't be able to access it, or tape match is the other way you could do that. I ended up doing 3 igniters, basically, an igniter on each candle, done them in series, and that's why you can kind of see all these joins in my igniters and things there, and that worked perfectly. All the candles fired without issue. So we're going to cut these off. I cable tied them on and gaffer taped them. Remember, if you're cable tying candles to frames, don't pull the cable ties too tight. You risk choking the tubes. Hashtag choke the tube. Is that a hashtag? I don't know. It could be. If you pull it too tight, you can actually compress, change the diameter of this tube, narrow it, so the shots below it can't escape, and they end up blowing up in the tube. So if you are going to use cable ties on fireworks, especially cakes and candles, don't do them too tight. Live vacuum cleaner stream, yes. Can you set which 4-channel? Yeah, that's a great question, Adam. Yes, you can indeed. On here, I'll see if I can show you on this. Let me just get it the right way around first. So on here, you see it says 1x, 2x, 3x, 4x. This is where you set what x is. So you probably can't see on that. Actually, you'll be able to see. Oh, I was going to say, I'll show you on the close-up cam, but the close-up cam's a little preoccupied at the moment. Let me see if I can... there we go. It can. Let me move the wall back a bit. There we go. Right, so here, it's this little... Where is it? I'm having to do this backwards. This little jumper here. If I put that into 0, this will act on channels 1, 2, 3 and 4. If I move this across to 4, this then responds to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, or there, 13, 14, 15, 16. So yes, you can set this for whichever combination of 4 channels you want to use. It's a really, really versatile. You know, if you're just doing a little site and you've only got a couple of channels, rather than putting a big long 16-channel rail in, you can put one of these little 4-channel ones. It's really neat. It's really compact. It works really well. They're fast becoming my favourite Firetech rails, in fact. What method do you use to e-match candles like blues and twos to Visco? One of mine didn't catch and singed the Visco. So the way I do candles with e-matching, and we don't talk about e-match an awful lot on my channel, but you know, Pyro Ash is a pro, so I don't mind telling him. So blues and twos, well, I'll tell you what, we'll talk about, we'll do this frame first, because blues and twos are on the next frame. So we'll look at blues and twos in a little bit more depth then. But generally the way I do candles, and it's the same kind of principle, this is Let's Go. So when you get these, they have a paper topper on. Sometimes they have a plastic topper on as well. Each one of these tubes has its own Visco fuse. they all kind of get bundled together to one central visco, and that's what sticks out the top. The way I do it is I will use an E-match. I'll basically put that leader fuse into an E-match, and then I will use tape match to tape that down and tape across basically in a star formation over here. So you've got your E-match that's lighting one visco, but then you've done a star formation with a tape match over the top, and then foil the top of that, and that's been really reliable. I've never had any issues with that. So that's the way I E-match my candles. Although we did, if you remember from the setup stream, we had two different let's goes from two different batches, one of which, I can't remember which was which now, let's get the other one up. Yeah, so two different batches, one was a few years old. This let's go candle did actually have quick match down to the side. So if it's got quick match, you can just E-match straight into the quick match. But the newer one didn't have quick match, it just had a visco bundle at the top. And so that's the way I do candles, and it works really, it's really reliable. So using a combination of tape match and then foiling over the top. Because obviously, as you all know, ash, tape match is really susceptible to sparks. So tape match in a star formation across the candle bundle, and then foil over the top of it, and it'll be absolutely fine. Hashtag choke the tube, says Baby Peach. Just Ricky, that looks like a bomb. Okay, it's not a bomb. These are fireworks. These are fireworks that are spent. But fireworks, of course, are explosives. But no, these are not bombs. Close-up cam now looks like you're expecting flooding. Oh, I love it. I love it. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? A bag of sandbags. Yes, it does look like I'm getting prepared for a flood. I love it. That's made me laugh. Pyro Chef, thank you. Adam says, oh, that's cool. Baby Peach, a bomb. Everyone evacuate Marko's garage. These are not bombs. We don't use them as bombs. They're fireworks. We use them safely. We use them responsibly. And if you do that, then you know they are inherently safer. A tape match makes a difference. I'll have to get some. Yes. A tape match is what you need. It makes sure that all the tubes get a good flame basically, and it ignites all the visco. So yeah, E-match into whichever visco is sticking out of the bundle, and then tape it all down in a star formation. We tape match and you're good to go. That might be something, we talked about this a little bit earlier on the stream. If I do a members area on my channel, which we might do at some point in the future, that's something that we can look at, and I can actually do that and sort of demonstrate that on the stream. It's not something I want to do on the sort of public facing bit of my channel, because obviously, you know, we've got young people watching as well, and it's quite a specialist thing. If you don't know what you're doing, you shouldn't be doing it. But Ash, I know you know what you're doing, so that's how I do it, and I hope that helps. Brad is here, good evening. Do you know if the Barking Mad single shots are going to be selling from all retailers next year? I've not heard of those. What are they? I know what single shots are. Barking Mad, what brand's that? Let's have a look. Just Ricky says, I know the fireworks just with Firetech rails look like something out of a movie. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, I get it. And Mark Guitars to go, good night all. Horizontal inclination imminent. I've never heard you call that before, but I know what you mean. Yes, I do appreciate it's a school night. I do appreciate it's now 20 to 11 at night, and so people have got to get up for work and school and things in the morning. So that's fine. Thanks for dropping in, Mark. I appreciate your company here this evening. Right, let's get this candle frame dismantled. So, yeah, these little Yorgi spinners were just cable tied on. So we'll get the cable ties off those. And there's a bit of gaffer tape on them as well. And we talked about these when I was assembling these, rather than cable tying them onto the wooden frame directly, because the wooden frame is wider than the candles. If I was to cable tie around there, this candle wouldn't be that secure, it would move. I use these little cable tie mounts. I think you'll find a link to these in the description of the video. If not, I'll put it on later. Really, really good. So you can screw these onto the frame and then cable tie through those rather than cable tie around the frame. And that way the candle is nice and secure, it's not going to go anywhere. So that's a little tip. If you've got quite narrow candles and you wanted to put them on a wider frame, get these little cable tie bases, screw them in and cable tie through those. It works really well. Okay, so there's one spinner candle off. Let's get another one off. This one's got a bit of gaffer tape around it as well, so we'll just cut that off. Oh, I think there's a cable tie under there as well. There's the second one. Probably got the same over here as well. There we go. There's the third one. So I'll just show you guys how I wire these up as well, because I wired these up individually with 3 igniters, 1, 2 and 3. If you're using eMatch, multiple igniters, I always wire them in series. We talked about that on another stream, so they're effectively daisy chained together. You can get away with doing eMatches in parallel if they're all from the same batch, but it's better to just do them series. Talons, if you're using multiple talons, you have to do those in parallel. But eMatch, if you're doing multiple ones on the same channel, I suggest you do them in series. If you don't know what we're talking about, you probably don't need to know what we're talking about. There we go. Hashtag Major Clay Bung Bits Flooding. And hi Mark, says just Ricky. Hello Ricky. The UK Firework Alliance basically made a funny video on Facebook and it says single shots of the basically. Oh, I see. Yes, yes, I do know what you're talking about now. Yes. Have any suggestions on any top firework display videos on your channel? There's loads of firework display videos on my channel. I actually put one up this afternoon from a display at the weekend, which had some 6-inch shells on, which is fairly decent. So go check that out. I have actually got another video which I might put out tomorrow of that same display, but I was able to put a camera right by the shells, so you can see that same display again with a close-up of the shells, which is quite an impressive video. So that's I might put that out tomorrow, sometime later this week, we'll see. Philip, I recommend the Firework Champions video. Yes, you'll find the Firework Champions, the Southport videos from the British Musical Firework Champions, they're good ones to watch as well. There's loads on my channel. There's enough content there to keep you entertained for probably days, in fact. I mean, I was looking before at the stats for these live streams I've been doing over the past couple of weeks. I think the total streaming time, if you add all the ones from my garage and my 5-hour Bonfire Night display and this one tonight, there's probably close to, I think, about 35 hours of me chatting away on live streams. And that's just over the past couple of weeks. So there's plenty of content to keep you guys interested, hopefully, or entertained, or just background somebody talking while you try and get to sleep at night. I don't know. People watch this in all kinds of different scenarios, and that's absolutely fine. I'm glad I can provide some entertainment. Baby Peach has just clipped that. I don't know which bit you've clipped, but I will go back and watch that clip in a bit, I'm sure. Okay, the Let's Go candles. These were cable tied on. I didn't need to use the cable tie bases for these because these are wider than the frame they're attached to. So when I put cable ties around, I know they're going to hold them nice and securely. I also put a little angle bracket at the bottom of these just to prevent any recoil. You generally don't get a lot of recoil from candles, particularly small bore candles, but it's just to give it a bit of extra support there. Just Ricky says, greatest pyro influencer in the UK. Thank you, that's very kind of you. I heard you're having another kid, congratulations. Will this have an impact on your involvement with fireworks and how often you stream, etc.? Hopefully it won't. I mean, our baby is due on the 1st of December, so I'm glad it's December, not the 1st of November. If it was the 1st of November, I probably wouldn't have been able to do fireworks this year. But 1st of December is kind of after the main fireworks season, so the timing of it has kind of worked out okay. So no, it shouldn't impact on my channel. I'm still planning on doing a stream on New Year's Eve, assuming everything goes according to plan, of course, with baby. And then you know, by the time we get round to next Bonfire Night season, baby will be nearly 1 year old. So hopefully it shouldn't affect my Bonfire Night season next year. I say hopefully, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, family's more important than fireworks. So if it does affect what I do with fireworks, then so be it. I wouldn't change it for the world. So there's the Let's Go candle. It's got 2, 4, 6, 7 tubes. I can't even remember how many shots it is. I think it's 56 shots from Celtic, from their low noise range. Some nice colours in that red, green and blue, and some white strobes as well. So that's quite a nice candle. And then yes, this Northern Lights one, I was really impressed with this. This was a set of 4 candles. There's a red mine, there's a green mine, there's a whistle, and there might be a silver strobe or something in the set of 4. I used a couple last year, but I had the whistles left over and the red mines this year, so I used both of those in my Liverpool display, and they all performed really well. I had 3 red mines that were going vertically from my 3 candle sides to the back, and then the whistles went up in a W formation in the middle as part of the finale, and they worked really well as well. So I probably do go a little bit overboard with cable ties and gaffer tape on these, but you can't be too careful. Brad, I watched your Liverpool display a few days ago. It was fantastic. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Brad. A lot of work went into that, but I don't need to tell you guys because you saw a lot of the work that went into that from my garage and when we were scripting the show up in my studio on my computer and stuff. So yeah, lots of work. I mean, that Liverpool display, I started planning that I think around June, July time. I started by looking at what new fireworks were coming in this year, which ones I might like to use in my display. Started getting a bit of a wish list together. That does evolve over time. I do have to sort of whittle that list down because I always put a lot more fireworks on it than I need and the, you know, budget will allow for. So it does get whittled down. But it is very useful. I'm very, very honoured and privileged that I do get the opportunity to witness brand new fireworks firsthand before anyone else in most cases, and get to film it and fire it with my own eyes. And that does influence what fireworks I then go on to use, because some fireworks that look great in the like China production footage videos, I think, oh yeah, that's great, I want one of those. And then when I witness it with my own eyes, I'm like, that wasn't quite as good as I was hoping for, so I'm not going to use that. Similarly, it works in reverse as well. Sometimes I see a China production footage video of a firework that's going to come in and think, that doesn't look very good. And then yet when it lands and I get to see it with my own eyes, I'm like, yeah, that was a lot better than I was expecting. So I am very privileged to be able to do that. And that's why I like to put out the videos and stuff on my channel, because I know a lot of you guys now are sort of reliant on my reviews as well, which is, you know, quite a responsibility on me. It's a privilege, it's an honour. But all I can do is just put out the footage and let you guys know my opinion, and you can draw your own conclusions. Right, there's the spinner candles in there. We've nearly got this Northern Lights one off for the most part. These were 56 shot as well. Oh, I just headbutted my overhead camera then. Oh, and I take this at the bottom as well. There we go. So yeah, Northern Lights from Evolution. It probably looked, I don't even know if they still make these, because Evolution rebranded earlier this year to Evo Pyrotechnics, and they've rebranded. Their labelling looks a lot different now. I don't even know if these are still available, but these were really good. I like these. I did take a bit of a punt when I bought these last year because there was only one video of this pack of candles available and it didn't really look very good. So, but I got them on a really good price. I think it worked out like £4 a candle. I'm like, yeah, I've got to have those, even if they don't perform very well. But I've been impressed with them. It's an example of something that the video didn't do it justice, and actually in real life these are a lot better. So Northern Lights Red Mine from Evolution there. That's most of the stuff off this. There's still a bit of tape on this board. There we go. So there's my frame. I can use that again. I made these years ago. In fact, I think these were some of my very original frames. I might have made those when I was like 18 and first started doing shows. So these have lasted really well. This was an old horse clothes maiden that I think my mum was throwing out at the time. I'm like, I'll have that. I'll make use of that. And so I built a couple of candle frames from it, and they've lasted me well. So there's that one. Stripped down. Let's do the one that's pretty much the same, the mirror image one. December Baby, hard to buy for Christmas. Yes, hopefully it's going to be early December though. I say December the 1st is the due date, so yes, hopefully far enough away from Christmas that you know, they're not going to be born on Christmas Day. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I do feel sorry for people who are born on Christmas Day and they only get presents like once a year. They have to have a combined Christmas and birthday thing. Whereas if you have your birthdays elsewhere during the year, you kind of get presents on Christmas and your birthday. So let's get these igniters off. So you can see on here I've got a mix. I tend to secure fireworks with gaffer tape and then use parcel tape for sticking igniter wires down so they don't get caught on things. That's personal preference. I know some people use this religiously, other people use gaffer tape. I don't really like using this to secure fireworks to stakes. Again, I know some people do and it does work, but this melts a lot easier than gaffer tape. So if you have a firework that malfunctions and start shooting stuff off its sides, this will melt really quickly. Gaffer tape's a little bit more robust, so that's why I prefer to use gaffer tape. But hey, everybody's different. What's my favourite dump cake? Oh, my favourite dump cake ever or this year? This year I do like the new low noise one from Celtic, the Moving On Up. Ever, I mean Celtic's range, it will be a Celtic one. Celtic do a lot that are really good. Brexit was probably my first favourite, and I still like Brexit. Brexit is really nice. For those of you who don't know what a dump cake is, it's like a normal firework cake, but rather than doing like a shot a second, it will let all its shots off like instantly. Brexit's really nice. Gold brocades, really nice sky filling. I've ended displays with that a number of times, so that's been around a number of years, even before Brexit happened. I think that was around. So it's good, but I've used that a lot now. Ghost Rider, I like from Celtic. That's the same format as Brexit, the same shape. It's still fanned, same number of shots, but it's lovely in red, and you get some really nice red hanging time on that. Dahlia Dump is a nice one from Celtic. That's straight firing, but some lovely red. I think Celtic call it chicken blood red, and cyan in that. That's a nice one. The Dark Demolisher, I used that only a month or so ago in a daytime gender reveal display I did in my garden for my upcoming baby. That's nice. So I mean, you know, any of Celtic's dump cakes are really good. I've also used things like Screaming Demons from Vivid. That's a good one. So there's lots. It's really difficult to pin it down to my favourite one. Screaming Demons I like. It's a staple. Maybe Screaming Demons from Vivid or Brexit from Celtic, maybe. But it is quite hard to pick. That's actually a good question. These are very well attached. I've realised as well, I've actually kind of gaffer taped these down and then put these little holders in. So there's gaffer tape on there I can't get off yet, but that's fine. I'll get that off at a later stage. So yeah, that was the other Let's Go candle. Say this was an older batch, and this did have quick match on it, so that was quite easy to e-match. The other one just was a Visco fuse bundle, so a little bit more tricky, but as I said, tape match is the way to go on those. Or if you're a pro and you have access to black match, I mean, that's another alternative. You just lay a few strands of black match across and foil over the top of that. But in the absence of that, tape match is a really good alternative that works just as well. Brian Pitts. Hey Marco, how are you? I'm good, thank you. How are you, Brian? I hope you're doing well. And for anyone else just joining, what am I doing? I'm dismantling a firework display that I fired in Liverpool just over a week ago now. A week last Sunday. There was 750 people at this display. It was free as well for them, so that's always good. There was free food, entertainment, stuff for the kids, craft, and then yeah, my 15-minute firework display to end it. And it went really well. I did have a few products that didn't fire, but only 3 out of 161 fireworks, which is not bad at all. I'm quite happy with that. So what we're doing just now is we're just dismantling all my fountain tables, my candle frames. In a minute we'll do my cake boxes. Well, in a few minutes, I've got another candle frame to do first. And just chatting with you guys. I want to hear all about your Bonfire Night season. Did you go and see a display? Did you do a display? What have been your standout items this year? Have there been anything that's not worked for you? Sparky Power, I had the Spectrum fountain in my display this year. You used in your display as last year. You recommended it, so I tried it, was impressed by it. So thanks for the recommendation from last year. You're very welcome. I actually put them in my display last year. They didn't fire in my display. The igniters just didn't go at all on that channel. So they were perfectly fine. So I actually put them in this display. If you watched the video from my Liverpool display this year, see if you can spot 3 Spectrum fountains in there that were left over from last year that I threw into the display this year. Philip says any professional firework display is probably always a good option as well. Yeah, my Bonfire Night has to be Marco eating a jacket potato with cheese on literally every time he streams. Yes, it's kind of become a bit of a tradition, hasn't it, on my streams. When I first started streaming on Bonfire Night, which I think was during the pandemic, I think that's when I started doing the Bonfire Night streams. I wasn't expecting to stream particularly long. I was going to just do the fireworks, then sign off. But everyone was still chatting and wanting me to carry on, so I had a jacket potato that was ready, and I was going to stop streaming and eat my jacket potato, but I'm like, do you know what? I'm just going to eat my jacket potato and keep streaming and chat to you guys because you're all enjoying it. And ever since then, every year, everybody now expects me to eat a jacket potato on my Bonfire Night stream. So it's kind of become a bit of a tradition, hasn't it? And I know some of you as well kind of join in with that now, and you'll watch my Bonfire Night stream whilst eating a jacket potato yourself, which is kind of bizarre, but I love it. It's great. Lets you guys feel like you're part of it. So, do you remember eating a chocolate Yule log? Yes, I do. I remember eating some chocolate fudge cake, some hot chocolate fudge cake on the stream as well. Bonfire Night as well, we tend to have some parking, which is a really nice kind of Bonfire Night tradition here in the north of the UK. So we have some of that as well. So yeah, all good fun. I don't know why I'm using my wire strippers to cut gaffer tape. Bit of overkill, isn't it? So just Ricky, you asked me what my favourite dumb cake is. What's your favourite dumb cake then? I'm curious to hear your views on that. There we go. There's my other outer candle frame done. The bag's getting a bit heavy, but I think we can get some more stuff in. Right, let's do the central candle frame then next. So this had some different stuff on. There's a bit more weight in this one as well. I actually built this candle frame for this year because I only had 2 candle frames and realised I had actually quite a lot of candles in this show. So we've got a Northern Lights red mine again, that went vertically. We've got 3 of the spinner candles. We've got the 3 Northern Lights whistles that went off in a W formation. And then we've got the 2 blues and twos, the new ones from Celtic this year. They don't have quick match on them, but I just fused those in the way I described before. So find the leader Visco, put your rematch on that, and then do a star formation with black tape match over the top. I think for this larger one, I might have even done a star and then a few extra lines. Just basically cover all the tops of the tubes with quick match, well, black match, or with tape match, and it will be absolutely fine. So yeah, these blues and twos candles, really nice. I was the first in the UK to fire these as well. Really decent duration on them, quite a long duration, nearly a minute, about 53 seconds. Really impressive height on these as well. They're low noise. The blues and twos candle sends out blue pearls, really vivid blues, really nice electric blue colours, and they transition to red strobes at their tips as well. So really nice. The limoncello one, which is the other same size candle that Celtic brought out this year, are lemon pearls up to those red strobes. Out of the 2, this one's definitely my favourite, but the other one's not bad. So yes, you can see I've used this parcel tape to just keep my igniters attached to the side of the firework, and that's really just for transport, because if I didn't do that, I'd have all these wires over here and they could get caught on things as I'm putting them in and out of my vehicle. So just by taping the excess down to the side with parcel tape, it just minimises the chance of those igniters getting caught on anything and being ripped out of the firework. So there we go, those 3 have come out together. Oh, I'm not disconnecting my igniters, have I yet, from the little rail. Let's find where the rail is. It's on this side here. Take all those out. Close the levers. There we go. So yes, each candle had its own igniter. I sometimes, if I've only got a couple of candles, if I've got a candle frame and it's just got 3 candles on in the W or just 2 candles in a V, I will sometimes just use fast Visco across between them all, just use one igniter, or sometimes tape match and foil that, so I just need to use one igniter. But when I've got multiple candles on a frame that are going to be firing at different times, I tend not to do that, only because sparks from one could ignite the others. So it's better to use individual igniters when you've got multiple candles on a single frame in close proximity that are all going to be firing at different times, just to minimize the chance of any cross ignition on those. So there we go, those are the Northern Lights whistles, really nice one, blues and twos, and a couple of spinners there in that kind of bundle. That in my rubbish bag. Adam says not tried parking. Keep telling myself I'll make some next year. It's really nice. You can get it in the supermarkets, but equally you can make it. For those of you who don't know, it's like a treacle kind of sponge with oats and stuff in. Really, it's quite stodgy, but really nice and sweet. Not tried. Oh yeah, I've just read that one. Plot twist, says Philip. He starts eating some crisps after his jacket potato next year. Yeah. Maybe I'll have a different topping on my jacket potato next year, because the tradition has been jacket potato with cheese because it's been easier. But maybe each year we should do like a different topping, and like what's he gonna have on his jacket potato this year? Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. What toppings do you guys like on your jacket potatoes? Why not let me know? Give me some ideas. Give me some inspiration. I mean, I do like cheese. Tuna and cheese on jacket potato. Tuna, cheese and spring onion mixed together on a jacket potato. That's really nice. Bacon and cheese on jacket potato. That's good. But what do you guys recommend? What's your favourite topping to have on a baked jacket potato? Brad says Dahlia Dump is a great dump cake. Yes, I agree. Craig's got to go now. Good night, Mark. Take care. I tried to stay awake and failed. No problem. I know it's getting late, Craig, but thanks for dropping in. I appreciate it, mate. I did see your message earlier, and I will reply to that when I get a chance. It's probably going to be tomorrow now, but thanks for being here. And a big happy birthday again to your daughter, Olivia, for tomorrow. Adam says, hi guys, quick newbie question. Shot tubes are often marketed as alternative to rockets. Has anyone tried to fire shot tubes over the tops of cakes, kind of like mini shells? By over the top, yeah, I think I know what you mean by that. Yeah, I mean, depends on the cake. Sometimes shot tubes can reach a greater height than cakes. Other times cakes can reach a greater height than shot tubes. At the end of the day, a cake is basically just a collection of shot tubes that are all just fused together. So, yes, you can fire shot tubes at the same time as cakes. Will they fire over the top of them? Depends on the shot tubes, depends on the cake. Cheese on a jacket potato, coleslaw on a jacket potato. I think I want something a bit warmer though. When I'm outside in my greenhouse, coleslaw's quite cold, isn't it? So in the summer, yeah, I get coleslaw on a potato. Yeah, that could work. In the winter, I think I want something a bit warmer on my jacket potato. But keep those suggestions coming in, guys. I want to know. Hey Mark, I got to see the Magic Kingdom Happily Ever After fireworks on Thursday night with the amazing big rainbow jewel ring crackling shell you said was the most expensive. How much is that shell? Yes, it is the most expensive shell in that show. In terms of how much it is, I honestly couldn't tell you. Disney don't release that information. And also, because Disney use it every night, they will buy that shell in bulk. So, you know, yes, it'll be expensive, but given how much Disney buy, they buy a lot of pyro, do Disney. They even have a container or several containers at Orlando International Airport for all their pyro and stuff. So I don't know is the answer to that, but that is definitely the most expensive shell in that show. If you don't know what we're talking about, there is a short on my channel of that shell. It's a really impressive shell in Happily Ever After. There is actually there's quite a lot of videos about Happily Ever After because it's a great fireworks show that Disney do on my channel. I did a video looking at where all the launch positions are around Magic Kingdom. It took me ages to research that. It's one of my most popular videos on my channel, all about where the Magic Kingdom fireworks are fired on. They've got sites all over the place for launching fireworks, and that's a great video. So if you're interested in Disney fireworks, go check out that. I also did a video where I compared Happily Ever After, because Happily Ever After is a nighttime show at Disney. It went away for a little while. They brought it back, thankfully, because it's a great show. But I did a comparison of, did they actually cut fireworks on that show from the original? Did they slowly reduce the amount of fireworks in that? So I've done a side-by-side comparison, counting the actual fireworks in an early version of that show and a later version, and you can compare the two. So yes, if you're interested in that, go and check that out. Baby Peach says, I meant coleslaw with a jacket potato. Yeah, no, I get what you meant, Baby Peach. I just think if I'm in the garden and it's cold, I want something warm with my jacket potato, not necessarily something cold. But thanks for the suggestion. It's certainly a nice idea for the summer. If I need a jacket potato in the summer, coleslaw is certainly an option. But guys, give me some more options for jacket potato toppings / fillings. I need some inspiration. In fact, maybe if Pyro Chef is still here, he can give me his chef's recommendation. What do you have on jacket potatoes in Sheffield, my friend? Now in the members zone, Mark reviews jacket potato toppings. I'm liking these ideas for the members zone, folks. As I say, it's an idea I'm toying with. We'll see. Because there is so much more I want to talk to you guys about. And there's so much that you guys email me and message me about. And it's like, I'm happy to help. But at the same time, it's like, can't really cover that stuff in a public arena where there's kids watching and things like that. Not because it's illegal, but just because there's more risk involved. I mean, there's always risk involved with doing fireworks. But my channel is all about the safe and responsible use of fireworks. And it always will be. And you can use eMatch safely, of course you can, but it is a specialist thing. You do need to know what you're doing. And so I don't really cover it kind of in this public arena. But I know lots of you want to know more about eMatch and how to eMatch different fireworks and how to eMatch safely. And we can look at tape match and we can look at all those kind of good things. Maybe even quick match as well, who knows. So the members kind of area of the channel might be something that we look at doing. I haven't done it yet. And even if I do it, it doesn't mean that all my content's going to go behind there. This content that you guys love is still going to be here. I'm still going to do it for free. I want my channel to be free. I want my content to be free. But there might be a few bits that we do behind the members area that's a bit more sort of specialist and more in-depth. So that's something for the future. We'll see if that happens. Or indeed when that happens. For a winter warmer, try a good spoon of chili or curry on your potato. Wow, yeah, that would warm me up, wouldn't it? If not vegan, corned beef and ham. Corned beef and ham, interesting. Yeah, that's an idea. I'm not vegan, so yeah, that is an option. Got it is my favourite shell in the entire show. Would you want to try building an air pressurised firework? Yeah, so I do want to do a video. I have been planning for a number of years to do a video on that. So let's talk about it very quickly. Disney in Disneyland in California launched their shells using pneumatics. I want to do a video all about that. I've done a lot of research into it as to why they do it, the pros, the cons, why other Disney parks don't use it, and all those kind of good things. So I do have a video coming on that at some point. It's quite a long and in-depth video. I've been planning it for a while. I've just not got around to actually making it yet. But if you subscribe to my channel, then you'll find out more about that as and when that video, I do get around to doing it, because it is quite an interesting topic, air launched fireworks. So I do want to cover it for sure. Because I do know a lot of people that follow my channel as well are Disney fans. So I do like to do a bit of Disney firework content every now and then. I think there's even a Disney fireworks playlist on my channel with various firework content relating to Disney. So if you're into that, then why not check that out after this stream, of course. You know, don't go checking it out now, because you might miss some more bags of clay bung bits. Who knows? Right, we're nearly done this candle frame, and then we'll move on to my cake boxes. How are we doing for time? Well, it's 11:15. We'll go for another 45 minutes or so. We'll see. I've got 4 cake boxes to do. We'll see how far we get through those. Maybe we'll stream a little bit past midnight. I don't know. Be a bonus, wouldn't it? Let's see how we go. We'll see how tired I am as well. I've had a really busy weekend. As I say, I was doing a fireworks show on Friday, so that was a long day. I then did one on Saturday, so that was a long day. Then I'm doing, because I'm also a sound engineer as well. I do like lighting and sound and all those kind of things. I'm an event professional, is basically my job title. So Sunday was Remembrance Sunday, so I was doing an open air outdoor PA system for the local community for Remembrance Sunday. So I had a busy day on Sunday. The mother-in-law was up as well this weekend. I don't know if she's watching. She's probably not, but... So, yeah, I've had a busy weekend. So I slept quite a bit this morning. I had a good night's sleep last night, which made a nice change. And so I feel refreshed in a moment, so we'll see how far we go. The air pressurised fireworks launch system is another reason why Disney fireworks are my favourite, says Brian. Go for it, says Adam. I'm enjoying this. Brilliant. Oh, that's great. I'm pleased. I never know how exciting these streams are going to be. The setup streams I get because, you know, we're setting up fireworks and it's interesting. These streams where I'm just getting messy and just taking fireworks off racks and frames and stuff, I never know how appealing these are going to be. But it was actually quite popular last year and people said, will you do it again this year? I'm like, yeah, go on then. Why not? Because I enjoy it. I love chatting with you guys. If I wasn't doing this, I would still have to dismantle this. I'd just be sat here on my own with some music on in the background or something. So why not make the most of it and come on camera and chat to you guys and we have a bit of fun and a bit of a laugh at flood defence, clay bung wall kind of things as well. It's all good fun. Right, there's those two candles, and now I think this rubbish bag is getting a little bit on the full side as well, so we'll move this one out of the way and we'll get another bag. Bag number 3. Find some space for this one though first. There we go. Right, let's get this candle frame out of the way. So yes, I purpose built this one for this year, but I'll be able to use it again. Yeah, it's got a little bit singed at the top, but it'll be fine. Absolutely fine to use that again, no problems. Stand that there. Right, it's cake time. Actually, should we do a little bit of, should we have a little bit of a Hoover interlude for a moment? Why not? There we go. Right. Philip, now to watch Liverpool fireworks, then pop back onto the stream. Yeah, by all means, go watch Liverpool fireworks and then come back. You can always pause this stream and it will continue from where you left off. Right, I need another rubbish bag. Let me see if I can reach one again. They're a bit far over here. There's one. Right, good. Okay, cake boxes, cake boxes, where are you? Here they are, waiting for me. Let me just move my steaks. Don't worry, Pyro Chef, they're not edible steaks. They're not beef steaks, they are just wooden steaks. He's not a real chef, of course, Pyro Chef. Right, here's one of my... Oh, cake boxes. So this was on, which side was this on? This was on the left side as the audience look at it. So it had 9 cakes in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The 9th one I actually swapped around. So if you watched my streams where we set up these cake boxes, I did actually end up swapping some fireworks around. Originally, this is Mexican Way from Kim Bolton. It's a mine cake. Originally, that was nowhere near these cake boxes. This was going to be at the front of my display. I ended up swapping it around for... What did I swap it for? I can't remember. There was a little comic cake in here originally. And anyway, I moved that out and had that at the front of my display. So I swapped them around, basically. This one, A, didn't fit in here with these other 8 fireworks. But B, I wanted to do this at an angle. So this was at the side of this on a little angled plinth. So we only ended up with 8 in here in the end. So we obviously need to dismantle these. These all went into a rail, which was just at the side. The rail was loose. Sometimes I actually screw the rails onto these boxes, but this time I just have the rails loose. So first of all, I need to get rid of all these igniters, which I'm just going to cut off. Oh, they're just going to fall off like that. Some of them should just actually pull out. So these were all e-matched on the site on the day rather than in advance. It's just safer that way. It was a bit of a challenge because one of these cakes, this one here, is pyro mold. you've not heard of pyro mold, so normally cakes are a collection of cardboard tubes that are all kind of contained together, all sellotaped together or whatever. Pyro mold is a molded cake. It's made with starch and plant fibre. And so it has a visco fuse, but the visco fuse actually goes into the bottom rather than the side. And you can't very easily poke into these cakes to put an e-match in. So I ended up on these actually just e-matching into the visco fuse as close as I could get it to the entry point, and then just accounting for a little bit of a delay in my script. So that's a pyro mold cake. They're quite unusual. They never really took off. You can still get a few cakes that are made of this pyro mold, but they are quite rare. So novel, interesting. So that's a pyro mold cake. Let's get rid of these igniter bits here if we can. Pull some of those out. What about toffee apples for Bonfire Night treat? Yes, that's an idea. I do like toffee apples. Again, a bit sticky though on the stream. It's like one live stream on Bonfire Night a couple of years ago. We had treacle toffee because I love treacle toffee. It's Bonfire Night for me, treacle toffee. But it's one of those things, it takes a while to chew and it sort of sticks to your roof of your mouth and all those good things. I was trying to talk and read chat and eat treacle toffee at the same time. And yeah, it was challenging, let's just say. So sticky toffee apples, I imagine, going to be the same. Like trying to touch keyboards and scroll things with sticky fingers is, yeah. But I do associate. You're right. You do associate toffee apples with Bonfire Night for sure. So these cakes were all cable tied on. They also had double-sided tape underneath. And again, we made sure not to pull the cable ties too tight so that the tubes don't get crushed and fireworks explode. The good thing about having them in these boxes is it contains them as well. If there were any shots firing out the side of these, they're going to be contained in these boxes. So nice and safe. I'm just going to cut these cable ties off. Cable ties could go in my plastic recycling. In fact, they may as well, so because I've used quite a lot of them. So I'll keep those as a separate pile and then they can go into my plastic recycling. Parking with ice cream. I've never had parking with ice cream. In fact, parking to me is something you eat cold. I've never actually tried heating parking. I guess you could. And then it might go quite well with ice cream. Yeah, that's something to try. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had parking hot. You'd have to have it hot, really, with ice cream, wouldn't you? I don't think parking a cold cake and ice cream doesn't really work. It's got to be a hot cake, hasn't it? So the ice cream kind of melts a little bit. So once I've got all these cable ties off, we'll just quickly go through the cakes that were in here. Brad says, why don't they just put a mini girandola inside the cakes that have a huge tube in the middle? The reason they don't is because girandolas are banned in consumer fireworks. They're not allowed in the UK. You see them in professional displays occasionally, the category F4, but you won't find them in consumer fireworks. They're not allowed. They're banned because they have erratic flight. Why that's any more erratic than, say, a rocket, I don't know. But yeah, girandolas not available. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, a girandola is basically, it's like a Catherine wheel, but instead of a Catherine wheel being spinning that way, a girandola spins that way and it lifts off the ground. So sadly, they are banned in the UK for consumers. Right, so what fireworks did we have in here? We talked about this mine cake. Yes, it has a hollow centre. Yes, there's nothing in there. There's not meant to be anything in there. It's 10 shots, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 12 shots. That's just to give it stability. But it's a nice little mine cake, that. The other one that's round here, you might see this is Ultimate Battle of Colours. I had 2 of these, one in this cake box, one in the identical cake box on the other side of the site. That one didn't fire. Why? Because the igniter fell out. Because what I normally do if I'm E-matching, I'll put the igniter in and then tape over it, stop the igniter coming out. Because I put E-match on all these on the side, time was short, I just put the E-match in, I didn't bother taping over it again, and I must have just caught it. And so the E-match for the other cake did fire, but it wasn't inside the cake when it fired. So that's why that other one didn't go off. So I've still got that. I might use that in display next time. I might actually just get some landed footage of it, because we spoke about this on the stream when we looked at these cake boxes. There's no good landed footage of this product. It's been around for years, but the only footage of it is about 15-year-old footage, and it's really grainy. It's not very colourful. It doesn't really do it justice. So I said I need to get some decent landed footage of it. So now that I've got a spare one of these, maybe I'll do some landed footage and even a review perhaps on my channel in the next year. We shall see. Parking, what you had on Bonfire Night 2023. Yes, we had parking this year as well on Bonfire Night. So I think we've had it for the last few years. I do like parking. There is actually, I think, one little slice left, because I did like half a parking loaf on the stream on Bonfire Night. So, right, what was this? Cash Game by Fire Magic. I'm trying to remember what that was like. I think that was okay. Can't really remember. I'll have to go back and watch the video. Radioactive. This was the one from Pyro Mafia. It's a rewrap of a Pyroworks small cake. Really good, but then I was expecting that, given it was a Pyroworks rewrap. Starring by Brothers. Yeah, I can't really remember that. I think it was okay. Angel Dust XL was part of my finale, where I filled the sky with whistles and crackles and brocades and things. Angel Dust XL, that was all right. In the Money by Primed, that's always good. Lots of colour, lots of strobes, lots of noise in that. That was a good one. Sticks from Yorgi. Yep, that was decent. Effects blue tail to white strobe, red tail to Corolla. That was nice. I think we had a bit of controversy over whether they were 26mm tubes. I think we worked out they were only about 23, 24mm. But there we go. That was a nice cake from Yorgi. So that's what was in the cake box on that side. Let's get all these in my bin bag out of the way. Because my bin day here is Wednesday, so my bins go out tomorrow night. I'm certainly not going to be able to get all these in this time. I'll probably end up going to the tip with these, but we can get them all in the rubbish bags for now. I'll leave the pyro mold one out because they're always useful to talk about. I occasionally talk about pyro mold on my channel, so it's always good to have a demo kind of one around. What I do need to do is get all the double-sided tape out of the bottom of my tray. I could leave it on till next year, but you see there's some there that was on from the year before, and if you leave it on and don't get it off relatively soon, it gets quite difficult to pull off, as you can see there. So any news on your Manchester fireworks for 2026? I don't know. I was meant to do a Manchester display last year. It got pulled at the very last minute, literally a couple of days beforehand, which I was not best pleased about, considering I'd spent quite a bit on fireworks and spent a lot of time prepping them and designing a show. I was assured that they'd get it sorted for this year, and they didn't. Will they get it sorted for next year? I don't know. I don't hold out much hope, but who knows? I ended up using some of the fireworks that were destined for my Manchester display in my Liverpool display this year. I can't use all of them in my Liverpool display because where I was going to be doing my Manchester display, I had a lot more space, so I could do some bigger fireworks, which I can't do in my Liverpool display because of limited space on site. So, but I was able to reuse some of the fireworks this year in my Liverpool display. There we go, there's one cake box done. Just got to get all the bits out of that into my rubbish bag. There we go, and I can use this again next year. Obviously not as a drawer anymore, but this works really well as a cake box. It's a good size, and all I do is I just drill holes in each year and put cable ties through and cable tie it to the sides. Really useful Really good way of doing it. So if you do fireworks and you've got any drawers or know anybody that's getting rid of chests of drawers and things, try and save the drawers. Really useful for doing firework cakes in. So there's one of those done. Let me find the corresponding mirror image one that was on the other side of my firing site. Here it is. So obviously this has one less cake in because the Ultimate Battle of Colours didn't fire. So at the end of the show I took it out and put it away from all these fireworks. It's always good, you know, at the end of the display when you go around and see if there's anything that hasn't fired, take those pieces out, put them in a firework box in a UN cardboard container, keep them separate, mark the box up as live because they're still live, keep them away from all the deads. Right, let's cut some cable ties off here. I hope they keep fireworks available for the general public next year and beyond. I had no fireworks this year, unfortunately, hoping to get something great for 2026. I think fireworks will be available next year to consumers. I don't see that changing anytime soon. But who knows what's going to happen in the future. So cable ties are going in a pile here so they can go in my recycling. I also need to remember to get longer cable ties next year. Because I realised when I was securing these, I didn't have long enough cable ties, so I've had to like join 2 or 3 cable ties on to get them around some of these bigger cakes. It's like, oh, why didn't I bring longer cable ties with me? I mean, it's fine, I still did the same job, but it was just a little bit frustrating having to use multiple cable ties as opposed to just one. Right, there we go. So there's sticks. We'll get that in there. There's the pyro mould. One. Brad says even if they make them illegal for consumers, I'm still getting that license. Yeah, I don't know how it would work if they brought in licenses. I don't know. Radioactive. In the money. Oh, we talked about this on my other stream, didn't we? About fireworks that say bury to this line. Do you have to do that? Well, no, you don't. Basically, that's an indication you have to stop this firework from falling over. One way you can do it is put it in a bucket of sand or soil and bury it to that line so it can't fall over. Dig a big hole in your grass, bury it. That's one way you can do it for sure. But you don't have to do that. As long as you can prevent this firework from toppling, that's what matters. So the way I do it in these cake boxes is stuck down to the bottom of the cake box with really strong industrial double-sided tape. It's then cable tied to the box as well, so it can't fall over. So is it buried? No, it's surface level, but it can't topple over. So that's what that's trying to get you to do. You've got to make sure this doesn't fall over. I do like as well how it says do not hold on that. I think more fireworks should say that because I see people hold fireworks all the time and it's dangerous. You shouldn't do. So that was in the money. There's the Kimbolton Mexican Wave cake. Angel Dust XL. starring. And Cash Game from Fire Magic. Can't remember what this is like. I say I've never really used a Fire Magic product before. This was the first time. I can't honestly remember what it was like. So I was obviously not impressed by it, but also not disappointed by it. It was okay. I'd have to go back and watch the video and see. Right, and then let's get all the double-sided tape off here. Oh, and if you've done fireworks before, you've probably seen loads of these little cardboard discs. You get them in the tubes of the tops of your cakes. Leave them in, don't take them out, they're part of the firework, they're needed. But after the firework's fired, you will find your garden or your firing site strewn with these cardboard things. You'll find hundreds of them, one per tube. But they are cardboard, they are biodegradable. Yes, you can go around and pick them all up, but they will just rot away into nothing. So they're perfectly harmless and safe. And you can't get away from them really. You'll see on my other streams, I skim the tops of my cake. I take the paper foil off the tops of cakes to reduce the amount of debris that's left over on the firing site. But those little cardboard discs, there's nothing you can do about. They're going to be strewn all over your firing site, and that's just the way it is. Right, so those are my outer two cake boxes done. Let's just tip all the bits from this into my rubbish bag. There we go. There's my cake box ready to use again next time. So yeah, those were the outer ones. Let's get the inner ones. I had two in the middle. With some slightly different cakes in. So this one had 4 cakes in. It had an Angel Dust XL in again, so I had 3 of those. So there's another one of those. Let me see, how heavy is this bag getting now? Yeah, it's getting a bit heavy. Maybe we'll get another rubbish bag again. If I can reach another one from over here. There we go, right. Let's have a look. Scotland's licensing scheme did seem quite vague to me, even if a licensing scheme does come in. I can't see many people applying for one, too vague for my liking. Yes, and the Scotland's thing's kind of dead in the water, isn't it? Sparky Power, they're a nightmare cleaning them up, but I never knew they were biodegradable. Yes, they're just cardboard. They will eventually rot away. If you're doing it on your grass in your garden, they're not harmful to wildlife. They'll just disintegrate over time, so you don't have to pick them up. Pyro Chef cardboard discs, I offer my children 1p per disc the day afterwards to help clear up. That's not a bad idea, actually. Yeah, that's a good idea. 1p per disc. Yeah, if you're doing some big compounds, they could make quite a bit of money on that, couldn't they? But yeah, that's a nice idea, that, yeah. Okay, so that was the third and final Angel Dust XL. What else did we have in here? We had this little, I really like this cake, lap dance. This was nice. This was kind of fanned and straight firing. Interesting tube layout in this. So tubes around the edge and then these fanned ones as well. So lap dance. It was fanned. I had to do it in the center of this box. If I'd done it at the side, these angled tubes would interfere with the side of that. They're not going to fire through this. This is wood. They would have rebounded off there potentially. But by doing it in the middle, I know I've got enough clearance for those shots to clear the sides of this drawer. So that was Lap Dance. This was Funky Finale 1, which, as I say, I was a little bit disappointed with. Because I was firing with other things, I thought it would kind of... The video I'd seen from it, and this isn't a problem I have with a number of videos. People do tweak videos to make them, the products, look or sound better than they actually are. It's very easy to do. I might do some videos on that at some point, different tweaks that I see people use. This sounded very, very loud on some of the videos I saw. In reality, it wasn't quite as loud as I was hoping. It didn't really punch through all the other fireworks I had going off. I'm sure on its own, fired with nothing else, is pretty good. I wanted to put it in as part of my finale to give some really loud salutes, and I was a little bit disappointed with it, I'll be honest. So that was the first funky cake I'd ever fired. I'm sure I'll fire them again. But yeah, described as titanium salutes with crackling tails and blue mines. I'll be honest, I can't even see this in the video. I'll have to go back and watch the finale section again and see if I can identify where it is. Because I did have a lot going on, admittedly, in that finale, but I thought this would punch through and it didn't. So a little bit disappointing with that one. But the single shots and the fountains that I used from Funky were impressive. So it's certainly not put me off using Funky products again. Let's get some of these cable ties out of the way. And then, yes, this little one is burner. I had 3 of these in my display. And I'm really frustrated with the performance of them. So, I saw a product video of these when they were fired in 2022, so just a few years ago. And they only lasted 20 seconds. The manufacturer's website, the manufacturer's website, these are made by Leslie Fireworks, says duration is 35 seconds. I have fired these before, a few years ago, and they generally last about 30 seconds, give or take a few seconds. So that's what I'd banked on when I was designing my finale. I'd banked on these lasting for 35 seconds. If you see my video, you'll see that 2 of these ran on for longer. One of them ran on for a lot longer. So they went on after my finale, which was really frustrating, a bit of an anticlimax. I wanted my finale to kind of end with lots of salutes, all kind of going off at once, which they did, but then 2 of these cakes kept firing for some considerable time afterwards. So I'm really annoyed about that. So the cheap cakes, they're good cakes, but the duration of them is really inconsistent. So would I use them again? Yeah. Would I use them again as part of a finale? No. Interestingly, one of these tubes has still got a lot of sawdust in, so I don't know if that tube's actually upside down. I'm just going to open this up and have a little look. Because it's unusual to see that on a tube. But it may be that this tube has actually been put in to this firework upside down. Oh no. No, it is there. It's just got... It might be that that tube has not actually fired. Everything else on that firework has fired. That one might not have done. So the safest thing you can do is just submerge that in water. Yeah, you could submerge the whole firework in water. That one looks like it's just one tube that hasn't gone. So safest thing to do is just submerge that in water, which I will do later. So I'm just going to put that to one side for now. The rest of that though is going in the bin. So yeah, Leslie burner, had 3 of them. One of them lasted 35 seconds. The other one lasted a lot longer. The other one lasted even longer. So very disappointing with that. It kind of ruined my finale a little bit. I mean, the audience still enjoyed it, but it's really difficult with consumer fireworks to do a display with exact timings. Certainly if you want to do a pyro musical with consumer fireworks, it's very, very difficult because you never know exactly how long these fireworks are going to last. With professional category F4 fireworks, the durations are a lot more specific and a lot more accurate. and you can rely on them. With consumer fireworks, you can't always rely on the durations, as we've seen with those burner ones. Jaden is here. Jaden Phelps. Hi Mark, late coming into the stream. Got you on in the background planning my New Year's Eve display. Wow, that's organised. I haven't even begun to think about New Year's Eve yet, but that's great. I'm glad you're on the ball there and planning your New Year's Eve display already. I will of course be doing one live on my channel on New Year's Eve as we see in the new year together. I hope you guys can join me for that. I know a lot of you do. A lot of you do your own displays, maybe just before mine and then come watch mine, or do your display just after mine and things. So, but welcome in, Jane. Great to have you here this evening. I hope you've had a good bonfire night season. Right, we're just getting rid of this. I mean, you can hear from how this tape isn't coming off very easily just how strong it is. Don't use cheap double-sided tape. Use some good quality industrial stuff like I do, this 3M stuff. But yeah, it sticks so well, it's really difficult to get off. And welcome if you're just joining as well, coming in late, that's absolutely fine. We've been streaming now for nearly 4 hours, but you're welcome in if you're just joining. For those of you who don't know, my name is Mark. I'm in the UK, I do fireworks, I do them professionally, I do them as a hobby, and my channel is all about fireworks. And what I'm doing at the moment is just dismantling my display, my firework display I did in Liverpool just over a week ago for around 750 people. A lot of prep goes into those shows, as you'll have seen on my channel, but it doesn't just end. As soon as the display finishes, that's not the end. There's all the pack down to do, the clear up, and then all this work afterwards, dismantling all my fountain tables and cake boxes and things. So yeah, a lot of work goes into producing a 15-minute display. It's not coming up very easily from this box. The other boxes it came up off quite easily, this double-sided tape, but this box for some reason is being a little bit more stubborn. I just got a face full of bits then sprayed up. We're nearly there with this one. Pyro Chef with a £4.99 super chat. Pyro Chef, thank you so much. He says, thanks for all the help and entertainment this bonfire season. You are very welcome, Pyro Chef, and that's very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. And if anyone else watching, if you've enjoyed this stream or the other streams that I've been doing over the past couple of weeks, if you found them fun, if you found them entertaining and enjoyable, if you found them educational and you've learned some stuff, that's a great way that you can support my channel, just as Pyro Chef has done there. There's a little dollar icon near the bottom of the chat. You can click that. You can send me a little super chat. If you don't want to do that, there's also PayPal. There's a link in the description. I think I can also put up a little, there you go, paypal.me/Great Marko. It's never expected, but it's always appreciated. That's a great way that you can support my channel and support what I'm doing here, providing you guys with some great firework content, some family friendly content, and some hopefully enjoyable and educational content as well. So thank you again, Pyro Chef, for that. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you. Philip says you did a rather good Liverpool fireworks display 2 weeks ago as well. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yes, it's getting quite a reputation, that display now in Liverpool. It gets more and more people each year, 750 I think this year, which is kind of like the limit to the number of people they can have there. But word gets around that it's a good display, and so yeah, that's pretty popular. And it's great because it's free. It's a great community outreach event that's free. The food's even free at it. Amazing. I mean, what more could you ask for? Because a lot of firework displays now that you go and see, they're quite expensive to go to. When you factor in, you know, you have to pay for parking, pay for entry, pay extortionate prices for food and stuff. So to have a display that's completely, totally free is a great thing. And I know those that come and see it in Liverpool really do appreciate it and have a good time. And it's always a good atmosphere. Lots of families, lots of young people and stuff there. It's great. I really enjoy doing it and look forward to it every year. Right, there's box number 3. So let's do the final box, box number 4, which was also on my centre cake section. So again, this had a few different fireworks in it. Let's get rid of some rubbish. That's the backing paper off some of the double-sided tape I just shoved in there. So 4 fireworks in this one. Let's undo the snip the cable ties off and we can have a little look what was in here. Put this in my cable tie pile for recycling. Howling Hounds, a Hummer cake from Jonathan's Fireworks. This is what I was going to put in my display before we put the Vulcan Hummer candles in. Excuse me, which you guys very, very kindly put in my show for me. You guys paid for them and we put them in my show and we put your names in them. Hope you guys saw the photos of that. I did take photos of them and put them on my channel. So hopefully if you're one of the people that super chatted towards those candles, you'll have seen your name on those candles. So I wanted to have Hummers in my show. I love putting Hummers in my show. The kids love them. They're so unusual. I'd not used this particular one before. I usually use Yorgie's Wolf, which is a good cake. I wanted to do something a little bit different this year. So I plan on using Jonathan's Howling Hounds because it had a mine lift effect as well, glittering mines, which I thought looked good. That was before we put the Vulcan candles in. So I was like, well, shall I take this one out and just do the 2 Vulcan candles? I'm like, no, let's just do the 2 Vulcan candles and this all at the same time. Let's have all the Hummers going. And it worked quite well, that little section of the show. So if you've not seen that, go and watch that. But that was Howling Hounds from Jonathan's Fireworks. That was a good cake. This was the one we talked about a little bit earlier. This is what I opened the show with. This is Moving On Up, a low noise dump cake, new for 2025 from Celtic. So instant lift, sends all the shots up at the same time. Great way to grab the audience's attention, which I always like to do. I always like to do something like that at the start and end of the show. Normally I do lots of noise to grab people's attention, like a dump cake at the start with lots of noise. I thought let's try a low noise dump cake at the start. It kind of worked actually quite well. It still got people's attention. So that was Moving On Up. And yes, it did have, if you're interested, it did have Quick Match on that as well. So Moving On Up from Celtic. This one, I like this one. This is Matrix from Evolution. Great little filler, 50 shots, so it's got a good duration. 37 seconds, very precise duration. In reality, it's about 40 seconds. 50 shots. I fired this and reviewed this. You'll actually find a video of that on my channel. Quite underrated, quite overlooked, but a nice little left 2-piece that works well to just fill the sky with lots of colour and things. It's not fanned, it's straight firing, but it's a nice little cheap cake that does the job and fills 40 seconds of the show quite nicely. And then last but by no means least in here, one of my favourite Celtic products in recent years. Again, this is quite underrated. Not many people, it wasn't on many people's radar, this cake, which is a shame because it's really good. It caught my attention first because of its unusual shot count. Normally cakes, for the most part, are square. They have a number of shots, either 16, 25, so 50, you know, a reasonable number of shots that's kind of divisible by a number of rows and columns and stuff. This one though had 41 shots. And I was like, 41? How does that work? And when I took the top off the cake, I'm like, oh, that's interesting. It's got all kinds of different sized tubes in. So this is Serpent Attack from Celtic. This came out a few years ago. Again, I was the first to film it and fire it, and you'll find that footage on my channel. Some really unusual effects in here. Nice mix of different sorts of effects, different noises. There's some ghost colour changing stars in here, which is really unusual, really nice. Some whistles, some moving darting effects as well at the end. Really nice, quite underrated. Serpent Attack, I really like it. I've used this the past few years. So that's a good cake. Pyro Chef says, good night, Mark. It's time to call it a night. I do have work in the morning. Happily not the breakfast shift. No problem at all, Pyro Chef. Thank you so much for joining in on all these live streams over the past few weeks. Thank you so much as well for your super chat tonight. That's very kind of you. It's really appreciated. I'm pleased that you've enjoyed and found these streams helpful and entertaining, and hopefully see you on the next one. But in the meantime, I hope you sleep well, and I hope work is good for you in the morning. To be fair, we're going to be wrapping this stream up anyway very shortly, because that was my final cake box. So I do have a couple more bits actually to do, which we'll do in a minute. Let's get these igniters out of the way. Let's get rid of all this bits in the bottom of the box. And then let's hope that this double-sided tape comes off a bit easier than it did in the last box. Yeah, a little bit easier. Philip says, putting away the fireworks is something one has to do if you set on, but then not really visually interesting work. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is part of the process. You know, it's part and parcel of it. Yes, it's not the most enjoyable part of putting on the display. It's certainly not the cleanest part of the display, but you know, it's part and parcel of it. And hopefully over these live streams over the past couple of weeks, where I've kind of tried to show you sort of every aspect of how this show kind of gets put together, it gives you a better idea of some of the work involved in these kind of things. But yes, it isn't glamorous. I know lots of people are like, oh, you've got a dream job, you do pyrotechnics, oh, it's a dream job, you're so lucky. And it's like, it's not all that glamorous. Yes, it's a lot of fun, but you know, you can be out setting up fireworks in all conditions. Especially here in the UK, you know, our fireworks season is around this time of year, Bonfire Night, New Year's Eve and stuff. The weather in the UK, yes, okay, it's been unseasonably mild this time around, but generally speaking, November can be pretty wet, pretty miserable, pretty cold. New Year as well can be cold. It snowed before New Year's Eve, it can be wet. Last New Year's Eve, my garden was under 2 inches of water and I was still doing fireworks, so it's not always glamorous. You've got to be quite hardy, you've got to be outdoorsy. You've got to be willing to work in all kinds of conditions, knee-deep in mud, in the freezing cold, as I was doing on Saturday in the fog where you can barely see a few feet in front of you. So, yes, it's not glamorous, but it is very enjoyable and very rewarding, for sure. A random one for you, says Callum. Why don't you feature funky products on your channel? I had them this year and they're great. We were talking about funky products a little bit earlier. I had some funky products in this show. So I'm not ignoring funky. We've talked about funky quite a bit, and I'm quite happy to fire more funky. We shall see. At the moment, we said it a bit earlier, Funky is still quite hard to come by. There's only a few retailers that stock it at the moment. I'm hoping they're going to become a bit more available, but at the moment they are, how should we say, quite tightly controlled as to who has access to them. We'll leave it at that. But no, nothing against Funky, and we have talked about Funky, and I have used Funky products in this show. So there you go. Right, there's the fourth cake box stripped, which is good. What else do I need to do? I need to also dismantle my 3 front posts. Now, I had these in front of my 5 fountain tables. These had my Spectrum fountains on, my jelly bean fountains. Why did I do them on here as opposed to on my fountain tables? Well, I didn't have a lot of room left on my fountain tables, but also jelly bean fountains, they don't reach a great height. They spew out multicoloured blobs at a very low level that then cascade down. If you do these on a fountain table on a board, most of those blobs will just land on the board. I wanted these to cascade all the way down to the ground, hence why I did them on these posts. So they had those on. They also had one of the little, talking about Funky, one of the little Funky canister fountains on the back of them as well. So they had 2 things on here. They then ran down to the little 4-channel rails that we spoke about earlier from Firetech. And these also then, so 1 and 2 did the jelly bean fountain and the crackling Funky fountain. 3 and 4 did my fireballs as part of the finale, and I think my angel dust kind of cakes as well at the front. So that's why those are on there. So just need to take these bits off from the top. So yeah, these are Spectrum fountains that I put in this display last year, 2024. I had 3 of them in the display and none of them fired last year. The igniter just didn't ignite. So reused them again for this year and they fired perfectly well. I guess to say on the back with those little Funky fountains, they kind of burn away to nothing. So there's literally nothing left of them. There's no indication there was ever anything there, which was a little surprising. But they had a good duration, those little Funky fountains. Nice loud crackle. Tiny little fountains, lasted like a minute. And I think I had 13 of them go off at once in this display, which was quite impressive. So we'll get my igniter wires off here, unplug them from my Firetech rail, like so. I'll get the tape off. What I did do, and this is kind of like, I might actually suggest this as a little feature for Firetech. So Firetech rails have an Ethernet and RJ45 port on both sides, so you can kind of daisy chain rails together. But when I had this rail up vertically, I only had 1 cable connected to it. In hindsight, I probably should have connected to the one on the top. I connected to the one on the bottom, but then realised actually the one on the top is now exposed. And so if I've got fountains up here, fallout could fall into that RJ45 port there and potentially make it not work in the future. So I ended up putting a little bit of tape over it, but it kind of occurred to me, wouldn't it be great if you get like a little RJ45 like cap, little plug, something just to plug up these ends if you're not using them and you've got the rail vertically. So I might suggest that to Firetech, because I'm not aware there is anything out there, little like protective caps for RJ45 ports. I don't know if you know of any, let me know in the chat. Talking of chat, I travelled an hour to get mine, in all fairness, says Callum. He's talking about the Funky products, yeah. Funk and Wild Scala was the highlight of my display this year. Philip says, good evening to all American viewers and good night to UK viewers. Yes, welcome if you're just joining me. We've been going, just over 4 hours now. So we're nearly done. We'll go a little bit longer. So yeah, jelly bean fountain. This is the standard fireworks spectrum one. It has 5 tubes in. It lasts about a minute. It's a really good fountain. My only drawback with it is there can be quite a little bit of a delay between the tubes. So rather than just getting a constant stream of jelly beans for a minute, you might get 15 seconds and a break for a few seconds before the next tube ignites. So it'd be nice to have a bit more consistency in that. And that's why I always fire these in multiples. If you just got one of these, you're going to get gaps. But by having 3 firing together, hopefully the gaps won't all line up and you've still got a constant stream of jelly beans across all 3. 3D printer cap, says Jaden, for the RJ45s. That's a good idea. I personally don't have a 3D printer, but hey, maybe a 3D printer guy is watching this on the replay. Maybe he's the man for the job. Maybe 3D printer guy can print me out some little plugs, caps for the RJ45 ports. Or we have another viewer, don't we, who's a 3D printer creations and Gravitrax. Has been in my stream before, so if he's watching this on the replay, maybe he can 3D print something. But again, no, that's not a bad idea, 3D printing that. Bonds, how do you do all the silver instant fountain things at the very end of your display? Like the one silver sparks. Sorry, I don't know. Yeah, so they're called fireballs. I can show you them because I think I've got some over here. These are really, really good. I really like these. These are from Gemstone Fireworks. In fact, let me show you on the close-up cam. Well, if you're just tuning in, oh, I realise that's gone a bit wonky, hasn't it now as well? There we go. Let's straighten that up. If you're just tuning in thinking, what's all this about? Well, rewind the stream and it's quite amusing. But anyway, these are the fireballs from Gemstone Fireworks. You get them as a pack of 3. They're classed as a crackling granule. There it says, crackling granule. The category F2. What is a crackling granule? You might not have heard that before. You've probably heard of fountains and cakes and candles. What's a crackling granule? Basically, you light it and what it does, it crackles. So these are really good. You get them as a pack of 3. If you shop around, you can get these at a really good price, like £1 each, which is a bonus. So I think I had 6 of these in the display and they were all fused to all ignite together. I put them on the ground in front of everything else. And if you watch my display, you'll see at the end, there's like almost like a big fireball that goes up from the ground because 6 of these go off simultaneously. But that's what I use. Fireballs from Gemstone Fireworks. I really, really like it. There's no difference, even though they're wrapped in different coloured paper, they all perform the same. 3 to the pack, they're all identical. And yeah, so that's what I used there. They were really nice. I've used them for the past couple of years. It's always good to stock up on those when you see those on offer. Right, that's that first stake done. 2 more to go. They're identical, so here's the next one. Let's take my igniter wires out. That, get rid of the parcel tape. So I hope that answers your question, Bonds. I hope that's what you're referring to. I think it is. But yeah, that's what I used. Right, let's cut off the spectrum fountains. Like so. Double-sided tape off as well. Did I take the double-sided tape off the other one? No. But yeah, there's some power in those little funky fountains that are on here. I mean, you can see how much burn damage it's done to on top of that stake. But then again, you know, they burn for like a minute. So yeah. I mean, this steak's still fine, I can reuse it, but yeah, a little bit more charred than I was expecting. from those little fountains. And again, you can see the same on there. Quite a lot of charring, in fact, on there. Right, one more to go. Oh, let's get rid of this. Oh, we got caught up in a bag of clay bung bits. Put that back on the wall. There we go. Yeah, spot on, exactly what I was asking. Thank you. You're welcome, Bonds. No problem at all. So yeah, fireballs from gemstone is what I used there. Right, last one of these. Adam says maybe those crackling fountains are more or less pressed composition in a wrapper than the classic composition. Yes, I think you're absolutely right there. I don't think they were a tube, it was just pressed into a composition, and that's why there's no trace of anything left, apart from, you know, there's a tiny little bit on of the base left, but that was it. The fountain was there. So yes, they burn away to nothing really. But impressive for something so small to have such a good duration and, you know, such crackling and a big effect. So you'll see the effect in my video. Say I had 13 of them go off. Well, in fact, only 12 of them went off. So that was my third failure. So we had one of those little standard jewel pearl cakes that didn't go off on the fountain tables. We had one of the ultimate battle of colour cakes that didn't go off in a fountain box, a cake box, sorry. And we had one of these 13 little fountains that didn't go off. But other than that, yeah. But yeah, impressive. These burnt down to nothing. Really impressive performance for their size. Definitely something I'd be happy to use again, for sure. There we go, that's the last Spectrum fountain. From that board. Arvo says, just wanted to say I love the review videos you do on the selection boxes, and I have some cake barrages. I was wondering how I can safely set them up so they don't flip over. Yeah, okay, so the safest way to make sure that your barrages don't fall over is to use a stake, not a stake this big, this is too big. Let me find a smaller stake and show you. Okay, so this is a bit big as well, but you'll get the idea. So, ooh, if I don't trip over everything first, wooden stake like that, barrage like that, barrage goes on the ground, stake goes in front. So if your audience, your spectators are here, put your stake in front, put your cake behind it. Obviously this is assuming you're doing it on grass. Hammer your stake down. This is quite a long stake, use a shorter one. Hammer it down to about the height of this. You don't really want it sticking up too much. Hammer it down and then tape around it. I use gaffer tape, sometimes called duct tape. Go around that. That's all you need to do. If you've got a really big cake, I mean this is like a medium-sized cake, if you've got a really big one, put these around all four sides, stake it on all four sides. That in itself will be enough to stop it toppling over, but tape it on four sides and then tape around, sorry, stake it on four sides and then tape around, and then that will stop it from falling over. So that's the best way you can do that. So I hope that helps. I hope if that's assuming you're firing on grass, of course. If you're firing on a hard surface, obviously you can't put stakes into the ground. So if you're firing on tarmac or something like that. So what do you do in those regards? Well, again, you want to stop this from toppling over. So one way you can do that is use bricks. Put a few bricks on this side, put a few bricks on this side, put bricks on all four sides to stop it falling over. That's one way you can do it. The other way you can do it is by having wooden boards, like this table, in fact. If you get wooden boards, this is just OSB boards. And what you can do is you can use these kind of things. These are angled brackets, corner brackets, shelving brackets. And what you do is you screw these into your wooden board. Do them on all four sides of your cake. Screw them in. And then you can tape around those. So tape around again. And that's another way you can do it. So OSB boards or similar. Frame ties, angle brackets, corner brackets, shelf brackets, whatever. Screw them into the wooden board and tape around it. That's the way you can stop them falling over if you're on a hard surface. So I hope that helps, Arvo. Philip says, how would you treat yourself after putting away the fireworks, apart from obviously maybe bed? Well, usually after these streams, it's a very good question actually. Usually after these streams, my kind of adrenaline's kind of pumping. I can't just like, as soon as I finish streaming, I don't just go to bed. I'm buzzing for like at least an hour or so. So whatever time it is now, it'll be another hour or so before I'm in bed. Because the adrenaline's going, you know, I've got energy and stuff doing this. I enjoy doing this. I've got to kind of wind down a little bit. So what will I do? I will have a drink because I've been talking for over 4 hours now and I haven't even had a drink. I've done quite well on this stream. Normally I have to drink a bit of water during these streams to, you know, be able to keep talking, but I've gone for over 4 hours. So I'll basically go somewhere quiet with a drink, maybe with something to eat, maybe put a bit of TV on, maybe put a bit of music on for a bit, catch up on the chat, because I know people have been commenting on some of my other videos I've seen pop-ups as we've been going on. So people are watching my other content whilst this stream's been going on. So go back and catch up on the comments and things like that, catch up on emails and all those kind of things, and get to bed in about an hour or so's time. So that's what I do after my streams. Arvo says, thank you. I've had one that flipped over on Bonfire Night. Luckily it was, yeah. So it's not great if a cake flips over. So the best thing to do, I say, if you're on soft ground, stake and tape. If you're on hard ground, use a wooden board, use some frame ties, screw the frame ties into the wooden board, tape around that and make sure it doesn't fall over. So there we go. I'm glad that's answered your question. Right, I'm just going to just very quickly, because we didn't have a PayPal before, we had a super chat before, which was very kind, and that's one way that you can support my channel. If you want to support my channel, you can. Just click the little $sign. Alternatively, you can use PayPal. There is the link there on the screen, and that's one way you can support my channel. And anything that you do donate, tip, however you want to call it, does go back into making my channel even better and improving my content and the technology and all those kind of good things that you guys enjoy on my streams. So hashtag 4 hours, says Baby Peach. Yeah, so I've now dismantled pretty much most of my Liverpool show for another year. I'm just putting the steak out of the way, that's why I'm off screen. It's not like I've just left you, I'm coming back, don't worry, here we go. So yeah, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 bin bags full of rubbish, and that doesn't include my cakes that weren't in boards. I've got like another 2 boxes full of cakes that I use in this display that weren't in those cake boxes and weren't on fountain tables and stuff. So I don't really need to do anything to de-rig those, I just need to put those in the bin. So that's my de-rig done, that's my Liverpool show. If you missed any of it, there's links actually in the description to all the other live streams that I've done over the past couple of weeks in relation to this show. All the setup we did on those fountain tables and the cake boxes and the candle frames and all those kind of, the scripting of the show, the designing of the show, they're all covered in over a day's worth of content, 24 hours worth, not including this stream. So there's lots of content you guys can go back and watch if you want to see that show and see how it's all put together. You'll also find a link to the actual show itself in the description. There's a version with and without audio commentary. There's also a time lapse of the actual setup on the day itself on the site in Liverpool that you can watch, and that's got commentary on as well. So lots of good things. Hopefully you've enjoyed these streams. Hopefully not only have they been fun, you've learned something, and we've all had lots of fun together. So any news on your Manchester fireworks display for next year? No, not yet. We'll see what happens next year. Fireworks are better being set off on grass if possible than hard ground, right? Fireworks are better set off on a hard surface, but you can still set them off on grass. What do I mean by that? Okay, so when I'm doing cakes like this, I will never just put them straight on the grass. I will always put some form of board underneath it. It doesn't have to be a great big board like this OSB board, just something small. Let me see if I can show you. So I've got a board big enough. Yeah, here's one. So I will use a little wooden board like this. Okay, so if I'm firing on grass, I'll put a board down, I'll put my cake on, and I will stake and tape around it that way. Why do I put a board round underneath rather than put that straight on the ground? Well, if you're doing something on grass, grass can be quite spongy. And if you do a cake on a spongy surface, then there is a danger that the recoil from these cakes, especially cakes with bigger tubes, okay, these are quite small tubes, but if you've got 30mm tubes, then the recoil from that can actually push individual tubes down into the ground. That can snap the linking fuse that's linking all the tubes together, and you end up with a firework that perhaps doesn't fire all its tubes, or perhaps doesn't reach its, its height that it should be reaching. So if you're doing something on grass, perfectly safe to do fireworks on grass, but you need to support the bottom of cakes, particularly larger cakes. And also by putting a wooden board under as well, it stops any moisture being sucked up into this by putting that straight on grass. So fireworks are better being set off on a hard surface, but that doesn't mean that you can't make grass into a hard surface by putting a wooden board underneath. So the funniest moment from this stream was the overhead camera being occupied by a lot of clay bung bits. Yes, well, we've got the close-up camera that's occupied by a lot of clay bung bits as well now. So yes, that was fun, wasn't it? So you're basically saying put the fireworks up a height a bit on grass. No, it's not about raising them up. It's not about increasing the height. Cakes you don't need to raise off the ground. My fountain tables, fountains and things, yeah, raise them off the ground, they look better. Cakes, don't raise them off the ground. Do them on the ground, but support the underside. If you're doing it on a spongy surface like grass, there is a risk, particularly with bigger tubes, that the recoil can push the tubes into the ground. So you've got tubes at different heights. It can mean that your shots don't go as high as they're meant to, or that the tube's movement actually breaks the linking fuse and only half your firework goes off. So always put a bit of a wooden board underneath if you're doing it on grass. That's what I always do. But I'm not saying you have to put them on height on a bit of grass. Just put something solid underneath just to protect those tubes and stop the recoil. What do you do after the stream ends? What do you do after you end the stream? What do you do after the stream ends? You end the stream. Okay, yes, well, I will do very soon. So, and look, my hands are quite dirty now as well. So one of the things I will do after I finish the stream is wash my hands because they are black. But there we go. So, are there any more questions before we go? Speak now or forever hold your peace. No, I will be back. I say I will be doing a live stream on New Year's Eve from my back garden with some big fireworks. We'll see in the new year together with a bang. We'll see out 2025 with a bang and see in 2026 with a bang. There will be more content as well coming up on my channel in the meantime. I say I've got a video coming up soon where I had a close-up camera on a shell site launching some big shells, some 6-inch shells during a display. I managed to get a camera really close to a shell site, so I've got an up-close video coming, which is quite interesting. So that's coming up. There'll be more stuff on my channel as well, I've no doubt. I am going to be busy over the next month because we've got a baby on the way, but I will still find time to provide you guys with updates and content and stuff on my channel as well. Baby Peach says a black fade out screen. Yes, that tends to be how I end my streams, and I'm sure that will be how we end in a minute because we've been going nearly 4.5 hours now. I was only going to go till midnight. We've gone 23 minutes over, but we've kind of got done what I want to get done pretty much, although I haven't unscrewed all the frame ties from my fountain tables, but I'm not about to start that now. We'll do that another time. Will I stream that? We'll see. Maybe if you're lucky. I don't know. We shall see. But thanks everybody for watching. I know there's still 7 of you here now. I know it's late now. But thank you. If you've not clicked like on this stream and you have liked it, why not click like? If you've watched this stream and not liked it, click dislike. I don't mind. But it's a way you can interact and let YouTube know what you think. So I believe there's some videos such as Liverpool haven't asked new comments as well. Yes, I'll go and check some comments in a bit as well. But for now, oh, how many bags of clay bung bits did we get in the end? Bag of clay bung bits? Bag of clay, yeah, that's right. Bag of clay bung bits. It's a good question. Let's have a look. Let's do it on the overhead camera. 1, 2, 3, 4, that's a big bag. 5, that's a big bag. 2 packets. 6, 7, 8, 9. There you go, 9 bags and 2 packets of clay bung bits for anybody that's been counting. And if you just switched on and like, what are you talking about? What are clay bung bag bits? Rewind the stream and watch it again. It will all make a lot of sense. So there we go. Right, okay. I think we're done for now. But thank you everybody for your company over these past several streams. It's been great to see so many familiar names in the chat. You guys keep coming back again and again, which I really appreciate. If you're new and you've enjoyed this stream, why not click subscribe and enable notifications? And then whenever I do go live, whenever that is next, you guys will be the first to know. But for now, I think we're going to call it a night. I'm going to need to wash my hands and get something to drink and eat. So until then, I'm going to, press a button and fade to black, and that will be it for the time being. But until next time, take care, everybody. If I don't get to speak to you before Christmas, hopefully I will. But if I don't, have a great Christmas, and I will see you guys all at New Year, if not before. I think that's everything. So I'm going to press the button and fade to black. So bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye, Philip. Bye-bye, Adam. Everyone's saying bye-bye. Bye-bye, everybody. See you all again next time. Thanks for your company. Bye-bye.